Hello, hi, there we go. Yes. Yeah, I know mic's muted. There we go. Rico Rios says this is not important. What is important is to always support the talents who are still on Hololive. Let's start with that. I think you started with a great little statement because I wanted to talk about this before we move on with the stream today. Thank you so much for your statement. Now, here's the deal. Yes, we do support the talents in Hololive, and yes, I mainly has been making videos about Hololive, but that does not mean I have to be stuck in one company. They don't pay me. I don't pay them. It's just a mutual fan to corpo interaction, right? So there is no obligation that keeps us to be like this forever. That's just basically it. Now, the reason why I wanted to do this stream today is to not farm content. Maybe I am. But the more important reason is that, imagine this. I'm going to keep on going to events, right? Whether it be Hololive, whether it be just VTubers in general, whether it be something completely unrelated. And there will come a day when I walk into a convention and come across other VTubers that are outside of Hololive. And there will be a day when the said VTuber that I come across is a Nimi, or is a Doobie, or is, in this case, Saba. Alright, then what do? Do I go like, wait a minute, this is not Hololive. I cannot accept this. They have betrayed their previous agency. Therefore, I shall walk out of this convention and never look back and not make a video. Is that what you want me to do? I don't know. I don't think that's what I want to do. I think it's still important to, continue supporting as much as you can for the people that you love, right? And that's completely fine. I'm not saying you have to abandon one or the other. Frankly, this is a free world, and therefore we are free to support multiple people. That is the freedom that we have online. So just because one leaves the other, just because one isn't the other, doesn't mean you have to consider the other party obsolete or irrelevant. Do you see what I mean? Okay? It's a free world to a certain extent, especially for VTubers, I guess. So rather than me trying to address this in the future awkwardly, I thought it will be important and worth it for me to turn on the stream today and just straight up mention it and just get it out of the way. That's what I want to do. Again, this doesn't mean I'll be like, all right, I'm done with Hololive. I'm Team Indie, or like, I'm Team Hololive alumni. No, it's just, again, you have the freedom to support whoever you want to support. Okay, that's the beauty of this whole thing. But Tora says, not that anyone really thinks like that. But you just saw a comment that passed by that I read aloud, which sparked this, right? Surprising amount of people think you have to choose either or. They don't realize that they actually have the freedom to support everybody. Which is wild. I know it's a wild concept to them. It's a wild concept to them. I don't know why, but they think they have to stick to one thing. You don't have to, though. Don't be too hard on yourself like that, okay? And if you haven't watched my streams before, I've been pretty open about talking about these things, although I should stream more to really show you that. And that's also the reason why it's not like I started out as a Hololive YouTuber. Not many people know this, and I've mentioned this before, but not many people know this. I actually started as a game streamer playing rhythm games, right? But if I thought to myself, saying like, the rhythm game is the only thing I'll do content of forever until I die, I don't think I would have been able to meet you guys, right? So the point of me doing YouTube and doing content is always trying to explore things that I'm curious of and dig into it as much as I can. And there will be something new that pops up, and I'll keep on doing it with that new thing. It doesn't mean, does that mean I suddenly hate the previous thing that I started supporting? Or I have been supporting? No. It's a very, very simple thing, but I think still worth mentioning. Now, of course, I wish I could have all the time in the world to do multiple interests on YouTube and show you, right? It's a little bit easier for me as an individual just to play a rhythm game one day and then go to a VTuber concert the next day, right? But I came to realize that it's not easy to do that as a single content creator. So there is a hard time where I have to make a decision. Hence why I have moved on from rhythm game for a while and have been focusing on whole life and VTubers for now. But that's just how it is. There's no way of sugarcoating it. So it is unfortunate. I wish I had multiple bodies. So I have like this wiki plays games only. This wiki does VTubers only. This wiki sleeps all the time. But you know, doesn't work like that. So, but having said that, I think it's still I don't know if I should call it morality, but I still want to kind of feel the waters in chat. How many of you in chat are okay talking about this openly? As in, you support whole life, but you're okay about the ones that move on and talk about it. Okay, all right. Okay, so there is quite a bit of positivity. Completely fine. Yep, 100%. All good here. Okay. How many of you are on the fence? You know, maybe you're not ready, and that's fine. I'm not going to harass you if you're honest to yourself. Okay. This is not to say, again, it's not black or white. I'm not going to be like, you, I've seen your name. I'm not going to do that, okay? Who's a little bit on the fence about this? It's okay to be on the fence. I mean, you know, it's a good view if you're on there. It's not bad. I'm okay, but more like don't care. That makes sense. I know that's okay too. Get him! Don't do that. Please do not do that. Okay, maybe it's not the right question to ask like openly, or maybe you're just not comfortable sharing. That's fine. Maybe this is even a worse question. How many of you are who's not okay? Who's not okay? I mean, we've already seen one, but who's not okay? Again, you're okay, to be honest, but even if you don't feel like answering on chat openly, I still want you to feel noticed, right? I'm not okay. I ate too much. It's different question. Eat less. You have the freedom to eat less, Daner. Did you know? I don't have any idea what's going on. Yeah, I think that's a good point too, which I will get to in a minute on what the hell we are talking about. Support them no matter if they are in whole life or not. It's not about the company, it's about the girls. Yeah. I think the thing is, what's really interesting is that even the people who are in the I'm 100% okay side will have different opinions within that opinion, right? The details will differ from person to person. Like, I'm okay talking about this, but I still think the company setting is important too, or I support them, but I don't agree on how it happened. Those kind of things. So we'll never agree on it. The point is, so it's not. There's really no point trying to have everyone agree on this topic. But at least I wanted to get across to you on where I stand with this topic, like clearly, so there is no confusion in the future. I don't want to, I mean, of course, not everyone will watch the stream, and there will be confusion in the future. But at least I want to take this opportunity today to just really mention it, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So, for context, again, if you're not okay talking about this, I kindly ask you to mute the stream. But I will spoil things, all right? If you really don't want to know about these information on who became who, type of deal. And by the way, I'm still learning. As you know, I know quite a bit about Hololive now, but I am still a very baby in terms of everything outside of Hololive. So there will be information that I need to be corrected on, which why I need you today. But if you're not okay hearing about it, that's okay. But please know that I'm going to talk about it. So this whole thing is about who becomes who and who became who, right? And the fish that you saw in the thumbnail, who is that? Who is that? Does anyone know? Who is that fish on the thumbnail? And that's me. Okay, Linkcat. All right. Yeah, apparently it's him. It's Pikachu. You're right. Quite indeed. It's Pikachu. No, it's. I'm afraid it's not. Sorry, that's my phone. My phone wants to answer the question too. My phone says it is Saba. Yes. And Saba is a new VTuber that hasn't debuted yet, but already has gained a lot of following. I think last time I checked, Saba's YouTube channel has surpassed 300,000 subscribers without debuting, and our Twitter account surpassed, like, was it also 300,000, getting to 400,000 or so, something like that. I'm if I'm not mistaken. There is only one video of her singing, which is just like an opening intro kind of song, I believe. And let's just say it, Saba is Gura. Now, the reason how I learned about this is not me going like, okay, I can't take this anymore. I cannot live without Gura. I must find out where she is. I must know of her next move so I don't feel sad anymore. That's not how I found out about this. I think many of you actually found out like this, just like how I did. It's the damn Twitter algorithm. it's either YouTube or Twitter. Don't blame me. Do not blame me. We all know. We all damn well know that it's always freaking Twitter, X, the everything app that spoils everything. Even if I didn't want to know. Like, wait a minute. What is this random brand new account that's gathering traction, having many popular people replying to it, but this person does not have any streams yet? Oh, wait a minute. It's Gura. The algorithm. So even if it was me, even if it wasn't for me talking about it today, spoiling it to you, I almost guarantee you probably would have been spoiled by Twitter or YouTube by the clips, right? And that amazes me. How first of all, how the hell do people find out so quickly and just know in an instant? That amazes me. Like, how does that happen? It happens all the time. I mean, even if I came across that singing video, going like Saba Saba, I still would have thought like, oh, interesting. Maybe I would have suspicions, but how? People are wild. People are wild. Linkis20 says old account followed new account. Yeah, that gets into a deeper rabbit hole. I guess we should call the old Gura, new Saba, a troll. She's a troll girl, meaning, I guess I'll just show you. By the way, I don't have a background music because I'm always afraid of getting copyright striked. So you'll just have to deal with the silence whenever I don't talk, if that's okay. Okay. It's just how it is. Oops. There we go. Yeah. Silence is good. And I found out that it's good for people who play games or watches other things or do work while listening to me. Again, you'll be introduced to many new information if you were not keeping up with this. And I'm just learning about a lot of things too. All right. So way before Gura became Gura, there was a new person. No, there was a personality that existed called Senzawa. Okay. Senzawa was apparently already pretty popular as an indie kind of VTuber. I've never seen the Senzawa stream, okay? But I have heard that Senzawa was, I should say, pretty reckless. Meme girl, maybe. Drinking sometimes, or things, but very, very, already gaining a lot of popularity already, right? I think it's because of that, probably. But the interesting thing about this account, even after the Gura debut, this account would become active like once every 2 years or so, and then update the profile. And it said #1 fan of Gargura right there, okay? It says #1 fan of Gargura, and that's all it said. And we never knew what comes after until now. So again, don't blame me for getting spoiled. The girl obviously wants you to know that she's her. So there's no hiding. It's very trolling, but it's basically this, I gotta say, right? So I think this we know that Gura as the identity probably has been taking time to prepare the next move for a bit of while, or perhaps, right? But yeah, so Senzawa started out as Senzawa, then got hired into Hololive as Gargura, then coming back probably as Saba. The full name is Sameko Saba. Sameko, I think you can translate to a shark child, something like that, or shark girl, something in that regard. So that is where we are sitting. And again, the reason why I wanted to talk about this is because, okay, first of all, like I said, I wanted to get it out of the way in case I come across one of these members that are Hololive alumni in a future video, and it's I'll have to talk about it, right? So might as well just get it out of the way now. But another reason is that I think it's a very interesting moment in the VTuber industry, especially for Hololive fans like myself, because we're at a point where we have to kind of make a decision for our next like move, I guess. Not as in like who we support and who we don't type of deal, but at least like mentally adjust. Because who do we have other than Saba now, as in a whole live alumni that is active in VTubing? Can you mention the names? Oh, fascinating animation. Oh, wait a minute. Doobie. Huh? Oh, isn't Doobie? Is it Do? Oh, is it Y? Was it Do? Sorry, it's Y. Doobie. See, I'm still learning. Doob. So this is where we're sitting. Bam. Wait a minute. So this is where we're sitting right now, right? And this is only the EN part that we're mentioning. We also have Aqua and Chloe that are that's already VTubing under a different name, different personality. So that's a whole different can of worms too. But I guess like for today, for now, I want to kind of talk about the whole live alumni, the EN alumni. Oh yeah, we do have Kason too, right? We shouldn't forget about that. But one thing that got me to want to talk about the topic today is because we're at a point now where the group of whole live alumni or alumni is becoming actually a group, a crowd. So before, I think Kason is a bit of an exception because that was quite a long while ago, and it's I mean, should I say it's different? Maybe not. But I guess like mentally speaking, it's Kason has been doing her own thing, right? Old says no, not old. I'm not calling her old, okay? No, no, don't do that. But it's we're coming to a point where the whole live alumni group is becoming a crowd. One is an individual, two is a duo, now three becomes a crowd. So we're starting a new phase where we'll have a new actually a group of people that used to be on live that has come back as an indie, right? So I think we're pretty sure that now they're gonna interact and perhaps do collabs and things. Already it's happening. Nimi is Fauna. Doobie used to be Ame. But they're already appearing on a same event, like same stage. So when Saba debuts, I think it's only natural for them to start collabing. So it is truly a new era, and I feel like we as like fans, like whole life fans, will have to like mentally adjust. Now, I'm not saying you have to support these new personalities. No, 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 no. I'm just saying that we as a whole, at least I guess, I shouldn't say we. Like I, am at a point where I have to readjust my brain to say, okay, like who's who and like where do they appear and how do I deal with the topic as I talk about whole life, those kind of things, right? And I also wanted to hear your thoughts on like what you feel and how you feel on like moving forward on this kind of a topic because it's I mean it can be confusing. I gotta say it can be confusing, but it is happening. I think Gura will prefer to run solo, which is fine. Like like we said before, we don't want to like force her to. I mean, I'm actually shocked that she's coming back this quickly, because what we mentioned before, saying bye to Gura last time was, we want her to take her time as much as she wants to. Now, of course, she hasn't debuted yet, so maybe I don't know. She might debut next year. Who knows? But at least it's a lot faster than I expected. But of course, we don't want to say like, "Hey, Saba, since you're back, when are you gonna collab with Doobie?" It's up to them. It's already happening with like Doobie streams where people are like, "Did you hear Saba? Did you hear Saba? Yeah, Saba, Saba. Did you hear Stinky? Are you going to? Are you going to? I'm sure they have plans, but I don't know. I mean, people are curious, and that's fine. And we can't. I can't be the judge of that, really, to a certain degree, because again, I'm the one who said only 10 minutes ago that it's a free world. But it's also free for the creators to, say don't talk about it on my stream or something. So it's a two-way deal. And even for me too. Another reason why I kind of felt the need to talk about this today and get it out of the way is because I had quite a few comments in my videos saying Saba's coming back, or did you hear about Saba? There were a few comments like that. I'm like, dude, I do understand the hype, but perhaps I'll do a stream on talking about it. So that's where we are right now. I was like, I mean, it is exciting, sure, but chill, maybe a little bit. So I think today is a good opportunity for even you guys to get it out of your system, maybe out of your system, to spam fish in chat. Today I'll let you do it. I'll let you spam the fish emote in chat for today, just for today, okay? Just for today. You have to get out of your system. That's what I feel like. That's the only way for this to calm down. That's a lot of fish. Chat smells stinky right now. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a lot of fish. That is a lot of fish. I don't know if I can deal with that. Might start to go fishing. Also, another surprising thing is how Saba decided to still come back as a shark, right? I mean, maybe it's not a shark, but the ID or the username says Same, which is a shark. So all these like little details as a fan is very interesting. Like, how do you imagine the conversation that you have to have with perhaps Hololive on like, okay, I'm thinking about coming back as like this kind of personality, but it can't really overlap with the existing Gura, right? So how do you talk about those details after you said you're gonna perhaps part ways? So that's also pretty important, and also interesting too. And maybe she just really likes sharks, just really likes sharks. And maybe it's just shark personality kind of just worked for her, perhaps. But now I think about it, all these three are animals. Not a single one of them are humans. What is up with that? Where are the humans here? I just want a normal, regular human being as a VTuber that I like supporting. Where's a human being? I'm just kidding. One is a tapir. Is that how you pronounce it? The other is a, what is it? A jerboa. Which is a little mouse thingamajig with long tail. The other is a shark or a fish. Although the fish doesn't look like a shark, who knows? But that's the only twin. Yoho. A mackerel. Is that? Do we know that's confirmed? A mackerel. But that's the scene that we're sitting on right now. And at some point, I had to talk about it. So here I am talking about it. Now, another thing that I'm sure people are thinking about, or maybe even the talents themselves are thinking about, is how right now the whole live members, and the other way around too, they don't talk about each other, right? Openly, at least as far as I know. At least on the whole life side, the members, they obviously know who's who, but they don't really talk about it openly. And if they do kind of mention it, maybe it's still in secrecy. So I don't know if that will evolve in the future too, because at some point, like I said, the group, right, that we are seeing of whole life alumni will grow. Oh, by the way, saw the FMA, thank you so much for your membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Massive thanks, massive thanks. If I missed any of the supports, I do apologize. But thank you so much. Thank you, SL FMA. I really appreciate it. Fish indeed. No, no one's graduating. I'm just talking about who the people that are coming back. It's a new topic. Yeah, I mean, like, so that current atmosphere of we don't really talk about that. Do you think that'll change? Like, what do you guys think about that? Because this list, I'm sorry to say, but I'm not saying this will. I'm not saying this because whole life is bad or anything. It's just a natural cause. Time moves on and people move on. Therefore, graduations, more graduations will come sooner or later. Meaning, this list of people is likely to grow. And so when that starts to happen, how will whole life talents or whole alive will deal with the mentioning or not mentioning, the secrecy, that kind of a deal? Do you think they'll ever change on that regard? And also, Doobie and Nimi, have they ever talked about their previous lives openly? I don't think that's a norm in any indie VTubers that has come back, right? They don't just openly talk about that, right? Won't change? You think it won't change? One person says probably. But I do see many no's. Hints at most. Right. I think the NDA. Is that part of the NDA? Do you think there is an agreement that they had to sign where they say if you mention your previous life, you are actually in trouble? No, but getting fired of the NDA breach is not about this, right? Not about you already graduating. I'm talking about like you already graduating, I guess. No. I am talking about that. I'm talking about people who are still in whole life. Like no, but sure, people who are still in whole life, but talking about other person or other people that has graduated. See, it gets quite confusing. Even in my head, I'm like, okay, what am I talking about? Really? I do see your point. I guess it does make sense because the person who already did graduate, for them to mention their previous life like openly and very often, that could be seen as monetizing or taking advantage of what is still that company's IP, right? Because even though people actually there are still people who's not familiar with this whole concept, but when you're in a corporal VTuber agency, majority of the times there are a few exceptions sometimes, but majority of the times you do not get to keep the rights to the personality that you've been performing on when you decide to leave. Like unless I guess you're affiliated, so that's a whole different freaking talk and topic when it comes to anime. But I guess it does make sense. Negotiated contract. Yeah, I mean, I guess people are allowed to keep their. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there are multiple people that are in whole life right now, as we speak, that are allowed to perform in their indie form, right? Simultaneously. So maybe there is a room for negotiation, perhaps. Or we also have to think about this too. Maybe the person in question is the one that chooses not to talk about it, right? That could also be a very much a thing, which we'll have to respect, obviously. During their streams, you don't want to walk into, let's say, Saba. I hope you guys please don't. You don't go into Saba's stream debut day. I'm like, is that Gouda? Is that God Gouda from Whole Yen? You know, at least don't do it on their streams. That's why we have a space like this, so that we can get it out of our system and talk about it, you know, outside of their streams, perhaps. And I think that could very much be a thing too, you know, unrelated to like contracts. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you have to see the number. That will absolutely happen, judging by the traction that she's already gaining. I mean, look at it. She posted one freaking tweet, okay, and she already gained 330,000 followers without just a single yoho, and that was enough. We go to, let's say we go to her YouTube channel. Look at this. 2 minute 22 second video of an intro music. That's the whole channel. Look, 380,000 subscribers. One video. So we'll definitely have many different types of people pouring in to her debut stream. Yeah. It is a nice BGM, by the way, which I'm afraid to turn on like my stream today in case there is a copyright. Just in case. You never know. Just in case. Just in case. Imagine getting copyrighted for listening to someone say Saba Saba for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That will happen. Might happen. I don't know. I better be safe. Yes, better be safe. STF says you have to pretend the past X amount of years of your life never happened. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's natural for VTubing. I wonder how other talents outside of Whole Life group has been dealing with that. Like for instance, like Doki Bird, like has she ever mentioned her previous life like openly, as a Doki Bird form? See, I'm still learning. I don't know how others do it. Not explicitly, right? Okay. So I think it's safe to say that, at least right now, overall, the general kind of unspoken rule is to not really talk about it openly, perhaps. But you can still be subtle about it, like the fan name or the art style, right? I know Dokibor went through a huge makeover with the avatar that closely resembles the art style of her previous life. So I guess you can still be subtle and be clever about it, but maybe straight up mentioning it. I think okay. So it sounds like there are 3 different layers to this. One, you don't want to mention it because of contractual obligations, NDA. 2, the talent themselves choose not to talk about it for whatever the reason. Maybe they want to distance themselves from the previous life. Maybe they feel it disrupts whatever they're doing right now, whatever the reason. The third one is the viewers or the fans don't want to talk about it. Do you think that also happens too? Although that could be a less of a reason because it's ultimately up to the talent themselves, and I think the audience will follow that, right? Usually, mostly. It should be talent choice, you say. But we don't know, right? Or it could be both. Mint is very good at saying a lot without overtly saying it outright. Plausible deniability. I guess you really have to become subtle and clever in mentioning it. That's interesting. Should, in my opinion. I see. Rather than being forced to, is what you mean. I see what you mean. But I this might be an unpopular opinion, but I also understand the corpo side of this talk too, because I mean it's a lot of effort and money and time for a company to build a talent, right? It takes years with a lot of money and many staff members supporting this. So I don't think it makes sense for them to straight up like just say, all right, we just don't own this anymore. Sure, but keep on monetizing or advertise your new persona while mentioning our IP. I think that also doesn't really make sense. So I do get where the corpo is coming from though. So again, that could change. Maybe they maybe they decide that it's not worth it to just hang on to this. Well, I don't know, but we don't know. Yeah, responsibility. You're right. Responsibility also is a big thing. And I also don't think the company, I'm not just saying it's just Hololive, but any kind of company would want the atmosphere of the work environment to feel like, yeah, you can graduate anytime and still keep the IP. I don't know. And then we have Vishojo. And then we have this other company called Vishojo that just does things differently. I guess it really depends on where you are and who you are. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we are sad to announce the graduation of Matada Khan. Matada Khan will continue as Matada Khan. I'm like, as a Hololive fan, I'm like, hello, what? Is that possible? Like, what? Are you serious? It's different freaking different talk, different league, I gotta say. Is Vishojo even a VTuber company? Maybe that's a question you should be asking too. That's funny. Talent agency, I feel like we are reaching a point where we should just call all VTuber agencies just talent agencies now. I mentioned this before. I'm going to talk about it again. I think we're passing that phase where people are watching a VTuber not because that talent is a VTuber, but just because that talent is entertaining. And it just happens to be that talent is a VTuber. I think there are more and more cases like that happening. That's how I feel. So maybe even the VTuber agency in a larger group is a talent agency, perhaps already, right? Mm. Is it even possible to buy the character? Oh god. If that even is an option, I think you'll have to be stacked probably. Okay. Let's say I walked into let me like I'm like an interested buyer, right? I walk into a meeting room with cover, let's say, and I'm like, all right, give it to me. How much money for me to buy Gargura? I got in my pocket I got a few speck of dust. $1.25. That's the best I can do. If yeah, like Viper says, even if we say $1 per subscriber, whew, that is $4 million. And I have a feeling it's a lot more than that, actually. So no matter how successful you are as a VTuber, I mean, Gargura as a personality was pretty darn successful. I don't know if there is a talent that can afford an outright then and there 4 million at least US dollars in cash, ready to go, ready to ship on moment's notice. I don't know, but I guess like Flanders kind of mentioning an example. I guess it depends on the scale, huh, and what's happening to the said company. As if cover is going under, right? If cover is actually shutting its doors down, then perhaps the price is cheaper. No, it's not going to be cheaper because there will be other huge companies that are eager to buy and scoop up a giant company like cover. So I don't think it's going to get any cheaper, to be honest. So if it's a smaller scale company that's closing down, maybe there's a better chance. But I think the scale that we are talking about right now, probably not small. Erviden says, "Here's a dollar, thank you." Oh, say so. Are we starting the buy Gargura fund here? Wow, guys, we only have 999,999 more dollars to go. Oh wait, sorry, did I say 39? It was okay, we say 4 million. Okay, we have 3 million and 999,999 more dollars to go. We were so close, everybody. We were so close. So close to buying Gargura. Let's go. God damn it. God damn it. No. Whoa, he got his at $5. Guys, we were that much closer. Oh, it's happening. Okay, no, it's not happening. Please don't. Please don't. There's no way. Even if it was possible, like, what the hell are we gonna do with that, right? Let's say for some miracle, we get to buy the Gargura identity. Road to Gargura. No, this is not what I wanted to start, okay? It was just for a joke. But even if we end up buying Gargura for $4 million, like, what the hell am I gonna do with that? What am I gonna do with that? What? Okay. Let's say I got a shark in my hand for $4 million. Okay, I got a shark for $4 million. That is what happened. What am I gonna do with this? Make plushies? Monetize on it? Just buy merch? Oh my god. That I don't know if that would work. the name, the models, etc. is useless without the woman behind it. Exactly. And we know what happens when someone tries to replace with somebody else under the same avatar. We've seen it with Kizuna Ai, and we know what happened to that. She ended up coming back as herself after all these years. That's the only way it works, because people are sharp. People are not dumb, and they're not naive. Well, okay, maybe they are naive. We are naive. But at least when it comes down to that, people are not really willing to... Oh my god, what is happening with the list? Why are you guys funding Garguda Fund? Stop it! I cannot be responsible for this. There's no refund to this. I cannot do this, guys. We can't be getting closer to this. No! Stop this menace right now. Please, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna be like, Quickie is taking advantage of Garguda. He has started. We have like undercovers, pun not intended, going like, Quickie has started the Garguda Fund. Apprehend him. Doors breaking down. Flashbang. I'm like, gosh, my eyes are burning. I get handcuffed with like multiple zip ties that are blue because they have to be in brand with cover's brand identity and color. And I'm like, oh guys, it's not my fault. It's all chat's fault. I cannot go through that. I just cannot. I can't deal with that. The Garguda Fund must stop. Lol, sorry for starting this topic. You're not sorry. I can feel it. You're laughing your ass off right now. I'm just kidding. Breaking news: local chat has bought most popular VTuber. Imagine that. Imagine that. Like, yeah, we just bought Garguda. I don't know how it happened, but we just did it. It just happened. So suddenly we have this. I have no idea what we're gonna do with this, but it is what it is. No stopping now. Full censure. Please, no. Oh no, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. You guys are sending in US dollars, Australian dollars, Canadian dollars, all the dollars available in this world, and I can't deal with this. Please. Membership? No! This was supposed to be a serious stream. I'm like, this is important. We have to talk about this. Not freaking fund Garguda. No, please. This is gonna get clipped out of context so freaking fast. People will be like, Quickie started what? He wants to buy what? He's forcing chat to pay up for what now? Oh my god. I'm not responsible for this. I'm not responsible for this. I have not started what's called Garguda funds. I have heard of the allegations that I am behind this massive operation called the Garguda Fund to $4 million. Let's go. But I did not say let's go just now. That's only theoretical. The chat said that. I'm just only rephrasing what chat said. I have no connection to the allegations. And I'm not responsible for anything that happens or have happened and will happen. All the money, however, I will take them and use it for my future hamburgers. And there's nothing you can do about that. The Garguda Fund was a lie. It was an elaborate scheme for me to get more hamburgers. You haven't debated. I know. It's a cruel world. You have been quite possibly bamboozled. A new VTuber drama? Oh no. No, stop it! I said it's going to be a hamburger fund, not Gura. Giselle, thank you so much. Okay, I still have to thank you guys. Giselle, thank you. No, should I thank you guys? If I thank you guys, that means I'm in on this. No, I can't do this. No. I'm not responsible for this. I still have. This is what's going to happen. Okay, I'm saying thank you Giselle for $5. Thank you, Mikumen for your membership. Thank you, Yummy Buddy, for your membership. Thank you, John Plaris, for your membership. Thank you, BDK, for your super chat. Thank you, Sessa, for your super chat. Thank you, Yami, for your super chat. Thank you, Josco Pan, for your super chat. Thank you, John Plaris, for another super chat. Thank you, Zen, for your super chat. And thank you for what's your full name? For your super chat. Sorry, the chat gets cut out. But this will get clipped out of context and be like, look, Wiki, thanking all these Gargura funds. Solaris says, just got here. What Saba matters are we talking about? I'm afraid to tell you what has been going on. I'm quite afraid. I'm afraid. All right. Jokes aside. Thank you so much. Thanks. It's only a play, okay? It's only a joke. Here's a fun for Famichiki. Thank you. Surprisingly, I have never tried Famichiki. Still, I haven't tried it. So perhaps on my next Japan trip, I gotta try it. I heard that it's good, juicy, but I have yet to try it. Surprisingly, the wiki drama gets worse. The wiki situation is not good. Wiki VTuber drama is bad. Wiki uses Igura situation. You forgot that one signature title. Wiki situation is crazy. That is the title we were looking for. With the thumbnail of the Florida man with the long hair. But yeah. So yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that does VTuber content. Decided to farm the most famous VTuber girl that even we know about. You know that voice? I'm horrible at replicating the voice, but something like that. I'm afraid. Please don't do that. Please don't go there. So I lost my thought trails. So we were talking about like the IP of the previous like VTuber, like corporate VTuber IP, like what happens to it, and like does it go for sale, or like how does it work, or how does NDA work, those kind of things. Of course, everything that we mentioned, it's all theoretical. We don't know anything. We know nothing. We're dumb. It's just guessing, because only the people in the company will know about this. So it's just a little topic, like a little bit of a, let's just talk about this, guys. It's not a, it's a kind of a topic that's a bit like, it's tricky to discuss openly in other places. Therefore, I wanted to kind of take this opportunity today, use this stream to kind of talk about it more openly, because again, sooner or later we'll have to get it out of the way, right? Now, that does not mean this will be productive, as we have seen so far. I did not plan this to become a buy Gargura IP fund stream. That is not how I intended this stream, ever. So this stream is not going to be productive. It's just going to be us just yapping about what if, basically. About, yeah. Yes, it is short fun. It is not. It is not. Crowfix say, guys, I have an idea. I'll join HoloLive so I can see the NDA and I'll tell you about what it says. That, if you do get accepted into HoloLive, I mean, that will have to say, like, kudos, honestly, just by making it in there. Crazy. Genius, we'll infiltrate them. Nice idea, bro. Don't feed that. Don't feed that idea, please. Well, everything that we said, all the ideas that we came up with, they're all horrible. I have to be clear. We are horrible, okay? To be honest, I'm sure Cover gets offers to buy those IPs, but they are firm and not accepting anything. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if again, this is all theoretical. It's just guesses, nothing confirmed. We don't know what we're talking about. Okay, so do not take our words for what they are. But yeah, I mean, if it's that big of an IP with that big of a presence in a fast-growing industry, I'm sure they've gotten a lot of offers. What was it? I think when Cover decided to go public, right? It was a either or situation. It's either they sell the company, they sell the company itself to a larger corporation, or they go public. It was either or situation, right? So yeah, I'm sure there are interested buyers out there. Pretty darn sure. And yeah, another elephant in the room. Since we let all the rabbits out of the bag, why not do it, right? I think the very common argument on why this is happening, right? Why do we have these people on their own now? Is because what? The company has gone public, and they have to please the investors. That's a priority. Um, like what is your honest thought about that? I think that's also worth talking about too. Um, it's about time that this channel needs drama. We're going to talk everything dramatic. No, I'm just kidding. But it's still, I think it's a related topic because according to their previous interview, the company's previous interviews, it was literally an either or situation. So do we a just let the company go under? But that means we wouldn't be talking to each other like this today. We wouldn't have the Oshis that we love and support, even if they end up graduating. Or two, they sell out to another corporation. That's not a solution because that corporation that ends up buying Cover will already be a public company anyway. Highly likely. So that doesn't change anything. Even worse, I guess. Third option is you become the villain yourself. So which out of those three scenarios, what's best, right? Do you even have a choice then? um Giselle says take Yago out for lunch under the premise of an interview and then try slipping him $100. Do you think he is kind of a man who needs $100? Do you think he's a person who will fold with $100? I don't think so. To be fair, cover be Bara means best girl Yago isn't around anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. You no longer are in control, like full control. So you have to become the villain yourself. The villain, as in how people accuse of the company going public. I think it just became a real job. I mean, it already was a real job for Cover. Cover was already a company before it started the VTuber endeavor. They just had a different business model. And for Sora and Achan, who pitched the idea and sparked this whole thing, I think they were very serious. Anyway, I think it was already a job for them. They took it as a job. So I think that didn't really change. It can never be just a hobby. I mean, especially if you're operating at that big of a scale. I mean, not even a scale, but if you're an agency, if you become an agency and you start having even like 2 talents, that's already a job. there is no universe where that's still a hobby, in my opinion. I mean, you could be stacked. You could be an oil prince from Dubai that does this for a side hobby project, right? Then sure. But not most people are not in that situation. And they have to earn money to keep it afloat. So sorry, I'm starting a Mume IP acquisition fund for you. You're not helping this situation. This is another allegation and drama. Tricky wasn't satisfied with Gura IP. He's going for Mume IP? Oh my god, where does he stop? Just okay. Just stop! Mume acquisition. No! This is going to be like, okay. We have Gura, we have Mume. How about Fana? How about it's never going to stop? Going back to the comments in chat. Ark Selim says going public also gives cover more opportunities to collab with bigger companies. Going public just skips a lot of investigation steps. Big company won't spend time looking into small companies' history. That is true too. It's basically a credit score in a sense. When it comes to collaborations and or investments or becoming a partner in big events like the recent Expo and the Fest. The big companies are more likely to pitch their own money into a project when the said company has an easier to follow track record, financials wise or business wise, right? So that's also important too. Yeah, but I mean, I also do get where the other side of the criticism is coming from, saying that the investors are ruining it. And that does happen a lot, even though I'm not well educated in the financial sector. You know, I believe there are many, it's pretty common practice for the opinions of investors to overrun a company per se. So that's why it's very important for a CEO to be very firm on a matter, right? But at the end of the day, the CEO is a single human being. So I think there are bound to be mistakes or areas that are not easy to spot, right? So, but this is why this topic that we're talking about today is a bit of a elephant in the room. The reason why it's treated as an elephant in the room, because there is no answer that we can reach. There is no this whole topic, this is it. This is the answer and this is the direction forward and everything else is wrong. It's not like that, right? So this kind of a topic is bound to bring in arguments. Hence why people fight on Discord, on Twitter, on Reddit or wherever, right? But I thought it's still possible, because I trust in you guys, because I trust in your intelligence and logic, that we'll be able to talk about this topic in a more constructive way, and perhaps again get it out of our system, because I think it's still important for us to talk about it, and there are people who want to talk about it, but kind of land on our own conclusions. I think at the end of the stream today, I'll have a better idea of where I stand moving forward as a content creator, and you also probably have a better understanding by the end of the day. Or we end up running Gura and Mume funds, and I end up on the next VTuber drama channel saying picky or guy gets in trouble or something like that. If that happens, it's all on you. Everything's all on you. I'm going to blame you. But I'm not gonna give up on my burgers though, so yeah. How much crony do you think it would cost to buy out the IP? Oh, the crony cryptocurrency is the future, right? As seen, as advertised on X, the Everything app, the next drop will be revolutionary, legendary, and history making. So you'll be a fool to miss out on the new crony drop. You buy the crony and you will be guaranteed to join the next era of blockchain and cryptocurrency and the sure fast way to become rich. So buy now. What are you making me do here? Okay, I'm doing my best for once today. For once, for a change, I wanted to be a little bit serious, be like a little bit more weighty in my presence, be like, this is important. And here I am starting Garguda funds towards 4 million. Oh wait, Mume funds started too. Oh, now I'm selling crony cryptocurrency. I have to rethink my life as a content creator. What have I become? I've become a monster. The CC voice is priceless. Are you trying to buy CC voice now? What is happening here? Wait, we can't advertising a scam money now? Are you questioning crony coins? Are you questioning it? Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, there are many different topics that influence the current situation, I think. And that's why like these three becoming, or not becoming, but these three existing and potentially more people coming in the future could start a shift in how people think about and how people consume a VTuber content. We have yet to have like this kind of a scale, I guess, in terms of something like this. I guess we have Nijisanji. Nijisanji has its own fair share of graduates that has come back as somebody else. But I guess it's a new era when it comes to like Hololive moving forward, right? So yeah, I think that'll be very interesting. Like, will there ever be a day when somebody in Hololive collabs with somebody that used to be in Hololive, or would that be completely out of question forever, right? Who knows? I guess a Kason collab with Axel. Oh really? That I did not know about. Oh, it was a group collab. Okay, that's a little bit different. Okay, if it's a group collab, I mean that could be a workaround, right? That could be a workaround. Let's say you join a GTA roleplay collaboration, like how Laplace does oftentimes. Then maybe, I mean that it's a bit of a it's out of your control, right? Then maybe you kind of do it. But like one-on-one collab would be very interesting. Will you watch Saba debut on stream? Plus Moomin Fish Fun. Thank you for the Moomin Fish Fun. By the way, jokes aside, thank you so much for all the super chats. I do appreciate it. And if I missed mentioning your name, I do apologize. I do my best to call out on every single one of you. Workatsu, thank you so much. Yami, thank you so much. Gosh, what else do we have? 4A, yeah, thank you so much. And BDK, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Zen, thank you so much. But again, going back to your questions then, will you watch Saba debut on stream? What do you guys think? That's another interesting topic. What do you guys think? Would that be an interesting watch? Because I've done debut watch alongs before with Justice and Advent. I've done it before. Do it. Do it. Do it, bro. I'll be down. I think so. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Sorry, let me put my phone on vibrate. There we go. Saba bingo? Interesting. That is I've done a bingo before. That could be something. Watch along and funding stream? You evil soul. That is an evil idea. So you're telling me that I should be doing a Saba debut watch along while I continue on with a Gargura fund? That is diabolical. that is actually crazy. You guys are insane. I'll take back on everything I said about you. I said I trust you guys. I said you guys are logical. I stand corrected. You guys are insane. Insane individuals. How dare I trust chat out of all people? Insane. Double investment? Do not do it. Do not do it. Fund the Saba watch along fund stream? Okay, it's getting complicated now. What are we exactly funding for? I'm confused. Logic is foreign here. You are right. If logic was something that I'm familiar with, honestly, I wouldn't have started YouTubing. Not a chance. If I were to be a logical person, I would have not looked this way ever. Seriously. Actually. But yeah, I think I'll there's no reason not to. Yeah, Saba stream, Saba debut watch along. Why not? I'll do it. Sure. But we'll see when that will be, right? We'll see when that will be. I don't rely on chat for this stuff. I have learned my lesson. Thank you. We're moving now. Thank you so much, Fries. Thank you. We can take over Cover Corp shareholder stakes, Kappa. Gosh, what is Cover evaluated at right now? Does anyone know? Does anyone have that data? What is Cover Corporation evaluated at the moment? How much is the share, by the way, of Cover? And how many shareholders are there? We don't know. We're funding a Shork and Moom's IP also for Suisei's voice for some reason, and now the debut watch along and fund. If you are somebody that's watching this right now and if you're going to screenshot this or write this up on a community that you're in, please be kind. Please be kind to me. I'd rather have you not do it, but please be kind. If you are going to do it, please don't take it out of context. Please. I'm just here to talk about a topic that's usually not discussed, but I think it's worth discussing. Please be kind to me. Please. 136 Japanese yen for Cover Corp market cap. Okay. Billion, 106 billion. 136 billion Japanese yen. How much is that? Oh my god, what's happening here? Azur says, don't know what fund we are funding, but here some more. I'm really in trouble now. I'm really in trouble now. There's no escaping this. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Is there a cover FBI on its way right now? Let me look out the window. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? I just said that I just said please be kind. Don't take this out of context. But now there will be an Aka super chat screenshotted, which will be the gateway towards the allegations of Gura and Mume and Sisei voice and Saba Washalong funds. I'm cooked. Well, might as well live up to it. Thank you so much, Azure Knight, for your Aka super chat. Thank you for your massive support. I don't know what I'm funding either, but I'm down to receive the funds, and I'll use it to buy more hamburgers, okay? And a famichiki, if that's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll miss you, Wiki. Don't kill me off, okay? The next stream will be me in a thumbnail with white background and a 5 miles per hour wind blowing through my hair, looking kind of nostalgic, and saying important announcement. Brackets open, Wiki. Brackets closed. It's been good, boys. It's been good. No, not the white background. Not the 5 miles per hour wind going through the hair. No. Although I'm safe because my hair is short, so it doesn't really blow, right? So I'm safe. I'm safe. Go bald to avoid the wind through your hair? We gotta go bald. I'm not gonna do that. You know why I'm not gonna do that? I'm still a tiny YouTuber, right? With not many subscribers. So I can't afford to lose subscribers by going bald. I don't watch Ludwig very often, but I did see a clip of him mentioning this. As soon as he went bald, he lost thousands of subscribers at once. So going bald comes at a huge price. So imagine me going bald and losing thousands of subscribers. I'm done. It's over. It's actually over for me. Yeah, he legit said that. People have problems with a person going bald, I guess. Thank you, Ultimate Hunter. Thank you so much. Well, I guess gotta go join the fund. By the way, your vids are fire. I was binge watching your vids 2 days ago. Oh, did you? Okay, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you enjoying my stuff. And there are quite a few videos on my channel now, huh? I wonder how long it takes to watch all of them. But thank you so much for supporting, and thank you for watching my stuff. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you're happy with it. You know. Yami says, if you go bald, I unfund. And then here we are, Nimi, doing this. Where is it? Yes. So I wonder when she did this. Sorry if you were not ready for this image, but here we are. Deal with it. I wonder if this caused her to lose subscribers. I wonder. I actually do wonder. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you weren't ready for this, but it is that kind of a stream today. You just have to deal with it. Whatever comes up on screen, you're stuck. Alright, this is forever your core memory. You cannot escape it. Wiki, it's too bright! It's brighter than light mode! Oh, God. Oh yeah, the ears are gone too. That's a bit odd, huh? That's a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why. I do wonder of the reason behind having the bald toggle. I mean, it means you had to tell the person you're commissioning, the mama you're commissioning, and say, you know what we need? We absolutely have to have this over everything. I need to go bald. And imagine as a mama hearing that. Huh? The literal cat meme, huh? I'm sorry for the mama that had to go through this, but it happened, and here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, I'll put you out of your misery. There we go. Oh, Kason bald is peak. Oh yeah, Kason has a bald toggle too, right? Thank you for reminding us of that little knowledge, BTK. Would you guys to see Kason bald toggle? Is that what you're interested in? I'm all for showing you and blinding you with more baldness. Or should I put you out of your misery? Should I spare you? Why are we talking about baldness? I thought we were talking about the serious topics of importance. Why are we talking about bald? See, my case in point, I already lost viewers showing bald people on stream. I lost dozen viewers. This is too dangerous. I cannot go on like this. This is too risky. I can't go bald, let alone show bald people on screen. What have you done? See how risky this is? You literally lose people. My case is proven. Ludwig was right. I mean, it's proven here too. I lost dozen people right away. They're like, nope, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Please come back. I will not do that again. I only show people with hair from this point on. Please forgive me. I beg you. I cannot afford to lose people like this. I cannot. I'm going all in. You know what? I don't care. I'm going all in. There is no turning back now. There is no turning back now. Okay, why are we having Michael Jackson bold images coming up? I said Kason bald. What the hell is going on here? There we go. Let's see how many people we lose now. There we go. We're all in. We're all in. Don't do this, bro. You can't turn back. It's too late, man. It's too late. We already started the Galgura funds. We started the Mume funds. We started the Suisei Voice funds. And we started the Saba Watch Along funds. Watching bald people is only a speck of dust added to the damage done. Okay, I'll stop here. I think that's enough. And the damage has been done indeed. I have lost people. Damn. Hey, thank you, Kaya, for joining for memberships for 12 months. Huh? Full year. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hoping you're doing good. And also, Tubes, thank you so much for your membership. I appreciate it. Hey, Bald People brings in memberships. Alright, going back to actual situation, the topic that we're talking about, okay? Oh gosh, how did I get to here? But yeah, remember people, remember kids, going bald will lose subscribers and viewers. Simple as that. Okay, remember that, remember that. So be careful on what you wish for. Yeah, the topic was, as we move on and as we have more Hololive alumni, as that group grows, like how would the existing fans deal with that, and how would they shift their support, and how will like Hololive itself and Hololive members themselves decide to deal with that topic as it becomes a more frequent deal, and the collabs and the IPs, the NDAs, and like the mentioning or not mentioning during the stream, or viewers mentioning or not mentioning the stream, those kind of things. So the whole point today is like there's a great shift and perhaps a new phase as a VTuber fan, as a whole life fan, and we perhaps will not be able to come to a single unified conclusion, but I think it's still worth kind of thinking about this and landing on your own conclusion, or at least like where you think you stand on this topic for now. I mean, that can change. It'll always change. And also another big point is that I don't think you should feel forced to go either way, but at least my stance is that you shouldn't feel like you should always only support Hololive forever, because that's impossible. Like honestly, frankly speaking, things move on and interests will move on, and there will be a time when, again, like I mentioned, you walk into a convention and they're both of them. Like that one moment where I went to Anime Expo last year, where there was a Niji Sanji booth right here, and then right across it there was Height, the PC booth, with Doki Word stage going on. So when you are on the on a path, right, and on the right you have the Niji Sanji, and on the left you have that new indie VTuber that came out of Niji Sanji, but you're a Niji fan, then you have to kind of readjust your brain now, perhaps make a choice, and I consider myself always open to explore new bounds and new things, and ultimately I think that's what my YouTube channel is. Even though I as for right now, I'm always like whole life, but I think there will be a time where I just cover a topic that triggers an interest in me. So for in my case, at least, I'm not bound to a specific topic or an IP or a company. I'm more invested in a topic that interests me, and that I believe, there is a story to tell. Does that make sense? I think that's what I want to get across today as we talk about a scene shift, right? And me going bald, which I will not go bald, okay? My hair is fine as of right now, although I've been stressing recently and I do have a bit of a hair loss, but I am fine. I'm fine. Do not mention balding, because as we know, I'll lose viewers and subscribers. Have we recovered yet? Have I recovered on my viewership yet? No, I have not recovered. See, the damage is permanent. What have you done? What have you done? There's no going back anymore. Start a wiki bald fund. That's not start another. There's too many funds to speak of now. SDF says, I'm bound to a specific group of streamers, and that group still exists. They've just split up, but to me, they're still the same group. Okay, so it just depends on how you think, I guess. That's one way. Tank says, of course, I do wonder myself what I will find myself attached to in the future. Right, like I guess we don't know, huh, on like where we will end up. But a conversation like this today, I think, will help, for sure. WK says, well, as I said, the moment cover went idle, there are gonna be members getting out of the bandwagon because idle isn't game streamer and you cannot balance the two. Yeah, I mean that could be something we can talk about right now. Again, more of an edgy topic that we don't usually get to talk about openly. I don't know. I am a person who still thinks that cover is one of the better ones that allows for freedom, because I kind of know not know, but I kind of try to see the industry as an entertainment industry as a whole rather than just VTuber industry. I would like to state this again. The fact that cover in that scale isn't isn't just a VTuber company anymore. I consider cover, and many companies at this point, an entertainment company, right? So we have to judge them through the lens of the entertainment industry, not really just a VTuber. I think at this point is too narrow-minded, in my opinion. I think so. With how big the VTuber scene has become, I think it's just an entertainment industry now. It's just a part of it. So if you look through that lens, you'll be surprised to see how brutal and how uptight many of these talent agencies and entertainment industries, entertainment companies are. It's actually crazy to think about how cover or a VTuber agency would allow a talent to perform as an idol and stream individually and still allow them to keep their previous IP or indie personality all at the same time and allow them to leave whenever they want. Like, that's crazy. As an entertainment industry as a whole, let's say like a K-pop idol group, right? Or an agency. There are billions of contracts that prevents individual talents to do whatever they want. They can't even leave. That spirals into massive lawsuits. And that's very common in this industry, to spiral down into lawsuits. They're not even free to leave when they want. And they're not free to turn on a camera when they want. Crazy to think, I know, but they're contractually not allowed to turn on a camera and do an individual stream whenever they want. There are cases like that too. So if we think about it in that terms, widen our views a little bit, it's not, I mean, what cover and what other VTuber agencies are doing are quite revolutionary actually. So yeah, again, it depends on how you look at it, but at least looking at it from that point of view, I still am on a side where I would like to say what cover is doing is not like crazy. In fact, it's a bit open when we look at it from like afar. Yeah, but please share your thoughts on chat, because I wanna listen to you too on what you have to say. No, the law is that there are contracts, and contracts are strong. That's the law. If a talent signs a contract where they say they're going to stay for 3 years for sure, and they're not allowed to leave, that is the contract, which is mostly protected under the law. And if they don't believe so, then that's where the lawsuit starts. That's what happens. That's just the reality. Oh. Yeah, I think what is it? Apple Slicer. I think you have a good point. Isn't it better for cover to let the talents leave rather than having them unhappy and crashing out on stream? Exactly. Exactly. I think that's very worth mentioning. Like, which is better, right? And I am a person who says I think just letting them go is obviously better. But everyone has their own opinions, and all fans are not alike. So people will have different opinions about that. I believe it's fans, even fans, so-called fans, are willing to go the extra mile to keep their favorite talents where they want them to be. And I'm not talking about whole life here. I'm talking about just the entertainment industry as a whole. You'll be very surprised on how unforgiving some of these fans can be, to a point where it's scary. So, again, when we look at those other cases from other parts of the entertainment industry, what we are experiencing is quite important. This kind of well, maybe I shouldn't call it freedom, but this kind of a flexibility, could kind of sip into the rest of the entertainment industry. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I think. And someone mentioned about Hollow Earth, how Cover is investing into Hollow Earth. My opinion is that that's Cover as a company trying to diversify, right? Right now they have the idol part of the VTuber culture. They have the streaming part of VTuber culture. They have the merch selling part of the VTuber and entertainment culture. So they have the IP basically, and I believe Hollow Earth is basically Cover trying to stay true to how the company started as a tech company. Um, it's a lost word now, but the hype word that existed a few years ago during the COVID era, the metaverse. Everything was going to be meta. It turned out not to be. And what we already have been being used to, like playing games, that was already metaverse. So why create a new word? But that kind of online interactions and community type of deal is, I think, what Cover was already looking into before. And it's just them continuing on, like just not giving up on that. And I do appreciate the commitment. It's been under development for a long time, from quite a while ago. So I think it's just them staying true to the tech side and diversifying, which is totally normal. You don't want to put everything in one basket, right? Yeah. That's how I look at it. And ultimately, the the ideal picture is for these different sectors within Cover to take advantage of each other. Hence why Hollow Earth is going to be introducing a way where the talents themselves log in as themselves and start interacting with the fans, like in person, right? So that could potentially boost the idol side. Maybe they could do a concert within Hollow Earth, right? That could be a possibility. Things like that, like Fortnite concert, right? It's literally Fortnite concerts, but within Hollow Earth. I'm sure something like that would come up too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying VR or metaverse is the only future, but I believe it could be one of the ways to enhance another like sector of a business, right? They're thinking about making everything work in tandem, right? It's not like Cover is saying Hollow Earth is our only future. It's not like Cover is saying like Idol is the only future. Well, that could be arguable. I guess that could be an argument on its own. Maybe people want to argue that Cover is all in on Idol, which I guess I can say sure, but yeah. I wish we'd gotten good at Fortnite skin. That would have been interesting. Thank you so much for the membership, Inagami. Thank you, thank you. 그저 응원합니다. I'm just going to support. Yeah. I think that's a safe way to go. Just gonna support wherever they end up. Sure, that's fine too. But thank you for the membership. Thank you. Yeah, but I think having concerts within Hollow Earth is very, very plausible. Very possible. I think that's what. Wait a minute. By the way, what's the Does anyone know what engine Hollow Earth is using? Like game engine Hollow Earth is using? Is it Unreal? Is it Unreal 5? Because we've seen Cover's announcement of investing heavily in Unreal with their concerts. So they're already making their concerts within Unreal Engine. But what's important is what is Hollow Earth running on. Some people are saying Unreal, some people are saying Unity. Which is it? Hollow Earth is Unity. Got it. It's Unity. All right. So if they're both Unreal, then I was thinking, hey, maybe it's so that it's easier to make the both sides compatible. But I guess not, huh? All right. I guess Unity is easier to do a larger open world online experience, maybe? I don't know. It's Unity, confirmed. Got it. Unity. Yeah, I think there are still ways to make the concerts happen, for sure. By the way, why do I know? Is the lighting okay? Is that brighter? That's a bit brighter, I think. Maybe. I think that's a bit better. All right. Yeah, they have. I feel like they have put a lot of money into Hollow Earth. So I hope it becomes successful, but as of right now, it's not too clear on what the direction is. In terms of like what can you do, I guess. Imagine like one of these three plays Hollow Earth just randomly. That could happen. I feel like the indie side of the people have a bit more. I mean, it's ultimately up to them, unless again, there is a contract NDA agreement where they're not allowed to literally mention their previous life in whole life. Other than that, I think they have more freedom to be like subtle about things, perhaps. Yeah. I guess, but I mean, they're free to talk. They're free to talk and play whole life games, right? Like how Kason played Holocure. There was also, I'm forgetting her name, but you know who Mel, who used to be Mel, played Holocure and freaking played as Mel on in game. So judging from that, Rika, right? Judging from that, I don't think there is any contracts or NDA agreements preventing them from doing something like that. So I think you can still very much play the games and kind of be subtle about it, but maybe just full on mentioning the names and just taking advantage of that might be off the off the books, perhaps. They're all under Holo Indie, right? Isn't Holo Cure also part of Holo Indie? Is it not? I thought so. And I think everything Holo Indie is all like half official, as far as I understand. Oh, is it not? Oh, Holo, it's not part of Holo Indie. I did not know them. I thought Holo Cure, for some reason, I thought Holo Cure like joined Holo Indie initiative. Huh. It isn't. I mean, everything is a fan game. Like all the Holo Indie games, they're all fan games, but officially, I guess, funded or recognized by Hololive. That's my understanding of Holo Indie. But that's interesting. Okay. Oh, the developer already explained it. Okay. Interesting. So I won, but I mean, wait, is Holocure free to play? Okay, so it's free to play. So maybe that's why the game could use. Well, did KU, the producer or the developer, did the person ever mention about how the person was able to use the IP, or like there is a freedom to do it, or there is some kind of a contract or agreement that you have to go through to use the whole live IP, even under a free indie game? Prior to Holo Indie, fan games were allowed as long as it wasn't monetized. Okay. Oh, his second game, Holo Break, Holo X Break, however you call it, that's under Holo Indie. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so out of two games that the person's making, one is under Holo Indie, but the other, K decided not to include it in the umbrella, under the umbrella of Holo Indie. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. But is Holo Break going to be? Wait, okay. Let me actually get this straightened out. Are all Holo Indie games free? Do they have to be free in order to be under Holo Indie? And in return, they get a bit of a funding maybe by Holo Indie? Oh, so they can be charged. Oh, some are paid. Huh. So you're allowed to charge. I guess cover takes a cut, perhaps, under the Holo Indie name. That's the only explanation that I can come up with. That's the only possible way, right? Yeah, I think that should be the only way. That must be the only way. Cover taking the cut. I mean, which is still very cool. I mean, it's better than no money, right? If I have to choose between, all right, I want to make a fan game with the whole live IP, but it's going to be strictly free, no money, zero. Or I go under the Holo Indie name, give a bit of a cut to cover, but I still can charge the game and earn some money. I think the latter is better for both parties, to be honest. I mean, you have to be sustainable. K still has said he would never charge for Holy Cure, and I respect that. Yeah, taking a cut and officially approving it IP wise. You're right. And Holo Indie was a big deal for the expo 2 months ago. They had I mean, I kind of briefly showed it in my video. By the way, watch my video if you haven't watched it. I recently put out a video. It's a good video. Thank you. They had a very big booth just dedicated to Holo Indie with dozens of PCs set up for people to play play the games. So yeah, you can see that they're serious about this. Pretty serious. Hmm. If you're interested, Google Whole Life fan game database to see how many non-holo indie fan games there are. Non-holo indie, no non-holo indie, really. So these are all non-holo indie. Oh my god. Wait, I thought this was the I thought the list was over here, but then what is this am I seeing? Are these the pages? No way, it is. These are the freaking 28 pages. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, 25 games per page. Let's see. $25 times 28. Okay, that's right. A few of them are canceled, perhaps, or in development or prototype, but many of them are released. But one thing's for sure, it is in the hundreds that are not holo indie. Wow. The shoebox, Gigi's first mission. You know what? There is a way to make this game into an instant success. You just have to change the name. Erase one letter, okay? And I guarantee you this game will become a huge hit among the gaming industry. Not Gigi's first mission. Get rid of the letter R. And then you have a hit game. The R. Get rid of it. It's all about the name. It's all about the name. Boy, yeah, that is insane. Wow. But I guess, but going back, I feel like there's nothing holding back from any one of them to play a Holo Live game, whether it be a Holo indie game or non-Holo indie game. I think they're free to play, probably. Yeah, that will be interesting. That will be very interesting. Shoebox Simulator. I do like the sound of that. Yeah, it is up to them. It is up to them. So you see, even in the span of what, a few hours of us talking in this stream today, look at how many things you have to consider, how many details one has to think through on making something possible or making a next move. And we only scratched the surface. There's so many layers and rules and what to do and what not to do, spoken, unspoken rules, on how to move on to the next level and become somebody else and starting a new journey. And as a fan, deciding to support or not to support, deciding to talk or not to talk about openly. There's just so many variables. And when it comes to making a choice, both for the talent and for the fan. So I think that's why it's worth talking about this openly. That's why I wanted to talk about it today. And also why we should cut them, both whole life members and alumni alike, and other VTubers the same too. I think that's why we should cut them a bit of a slack, because there are just so many freaking things to figure out. And even after debut, it's non-stop problem solving. So that's why some slack should be given, allowed, when it comes to this, I feel like. Because they have to test the waters too. No. Toro says, wasn't there a stream where Sakuna, who used to be Aqua, for context, reviewed the fan rooms of viewers, and there were so many Aqua posters, and she always called them Akatsuki. Yeah. That's the thing too. There may be a day when Saba starts streaming, and one day she decides to do a room stream of fans, and I almost guarantee you there will be rooms with a random Dino Gura figure in it, right? That'll happen, and that's fine. I guess, as long as the talent is fine. But those are the things. There's just subtle. I think it's the art of subtlety, making it kind of casual, to talk about and having fun while doing it, but not just like, full on diving into it as the talent herself or themselves, right? That's why I am in an interesting position too. And that's why I feel like I have a bit more flexibility, or a bit more freedom and openness to talk about these things. And I'm quite happy to be able to do this. Let's say I was like full on hired by Cover, right? Which I'm not. I never was. I've never been paid anything. But well, other than like a third party collab company that collabs the Cover. I've done like an ad section with them before, but not directly with the Cover. But imagine that. Then I wouldn't have the freedom to talk about what we're talking about today, right? But I feel like I'm more happy in talking about these topics more openly, because it allows me, and maybe you too, to look at things in a broader, more in a larger sense. Yeah. And I don't know if I don't think I would want to be hired by Cover, to be frank, because then I have to think about, all right, I know I have been making whole life content, but it's not the only content that I want to make in the future, in the coming near future. I want to be able to talk about what interests me openly. But what if that interest clashes with my state of being hired, like fully hired by Cover? Now, if you're talking about just a collaboration on one video, then that's fine, right? That's fine. There is no way for them to like force me to lock in to only talking about Hololive forever for just a one-time collab deal, right? That's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. And I'm very open to discussing. But if you're talking about just like fully getting hired and me becoming like some sort of a staff member position of Hololive, making videos about Hololive events, I don't think that's the way I want to go. Yeah, sponsored, sure, sponsor for a video, sponsor for an event, those kind of things. I think those are all fine and very natural too for a YouTuber to be sponsored like that. So that's fine. But getting full-time hired, I don't think that's the way I would like to pursue. But again, I'm open to sponsorships. I'm open to collaborations. Cover anybody? Sure. Why not? Why not? To be fair, being hired by Cover doesn't stop you from doing outside stuff. Look at how some holomems continue with alternate accounts. But that's the point. Alternate accounts. That's the difference. I'll have to start a new channel, a different name. I mean, am I going to freaking come up with a different avatar? I mean, I'm already myself, right? So that becomes very, very, very convoluted, which doesn't make sense in my opinion. So yeah, I think it's a hugely different matter. Big part of your videos is the fellow fans you meet along the way, though. It's a nice touch that goes beyond corpos and organizations, in my opinion. Exactly, exactly. If I were only concerned about just showing the events and putting the spotlights on the companies, it would be just me walking around the booth and being a machine, right? An ad machine, saying, this is... Again, if it's a sponsored segment, I'm all fine becoming a machine. I'll sell out, sure. Now I'll talk about a company booth, maybe that invites me to a convention. It's all fine. But if I become a full-time content creator that only creates advertisements for that company, then no, then there's no way I can show fans more freely. What if a fan comes up to my camera and has an opinion about that said company that's not really in line of what the company wants to hear? Oh, that fan interaction I can't show on video. Goodbye. Those kind of things, right? I mean, we talked even with the recent video with Sixth Fest and the 2025 Expo. Even in that video, I was talking with two other fans. We were openly talking about the graduates. But if I were to be directly hired full-time, I don't think that would have been possible. Or at least I would have had the feeling of checking in with Cover to double check. Like, guys, is this okay? Is this okay? That's the difference. Now, would it allow me to have more freedom on other parts of the events? Sure, maybe I might have full access to booths, or no skip the lines, or maybe even access before it opens into those. Sure, those will be great too, but I don't think that's where my content is, really. I think my content shines, extra shines, when I like in that scene. But again, that could change. It's all about storytelling. If I get invited to an event, exclusive invite to an event where I can like walk around by myself, like, hell, that's a new storytelling. That's pretty exciting too. But it's always about shifting through different storytelling and different videos and ideas and different scenes. It's always me trying different things, right? That's why I think it makes it interesting. So I don't know how this conversation started, but yeah, I think the freedom, kind of a flexibility in content is important. And I if I had to guess, I think that's why these three individuals are pursuing this route as an indie. Perhaps. Again, I don't know what happened, but if I had to guess, in terms from the content creator's perspective and eyes, that's what I think. So yeah. Does that make sense? Inviting you to a random convention in my middle of nowhere. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's pretty fun too, right? It's very niche convention, but if there's something very interesting about it, that I feel like I can come up with a very compelling storytelling. Sure, 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 sure. Perhaps. Would you ever go to an indie concert? Yeah, I mean, not sure. The only thing that's preventing me to go to more conventions or more events or even things outside of whole life, like things that are preventing me to travel more, it's basically money. That's it. And also my limited time as an indie creator. I have a huge backlog of videos right now that I have to push out before I do anything else. Um, so it's just a personal challenge. And of course, I have to think, like I have been mentioning over and over again today. I would have to be very convinced that the said event, will provide a good story that's worth your watch. That's how I think about this. The more niche the event, the less likely it is to be recorded for the future. I think it's very valuable to cover these things. You're right. But again, I think there should still be a good story to tell. If it's just a regular VTuber convention that's just small, I think it's hard to come up with a compelling story. But if it's something, whatever it may be, there has to be something very interesting. Very interesting. Auto concert, something like that is tricky because what can I make a video out of? Auto concert, especially, is known to be super, super strict on recording, right? Even before and after the concert. I'm okay not being able to record during the concert. It's fine, sure. That's how it is with most concerts. But auto concert especially is very strict. So the only thing that I can do is what? Travel all the way to LA and show the crowd outside the stadium or the concert venue, and then cut the camera, and then come back out of the concert after it's done and show you the crowd of the people forming outside the concert venue again. Like that's the video. No one will going to watch that. I guarantee you. I mean, some of you might still be interested, but majority of the people will not be interested in that. That's basically clickbait. It's like, hey, I went to the adult concert. That's why concert only events are very, very tricky for me personally. Hence why I don't really go for them. The reason why the Fest 6 Fest video worked is because there was an expo and there were fans gathering around the vicinity of the expo that created many interesting moments. But see what I mean? See where I'm coming from? That's why I don't go to all concerts. First, I don't have the money. Second, there's no story to tell. Mm-mm. Will we be attending Anime Expo and virtual vacation? I don't know. Anime Expo, again, there will have to be something very compelling. I've already been to Anime Expo 2 times, one of which I made a video of. But even if I made another video the second time I went to, it would have been a very similar video to the first one. So I guess that depends on how you look at it. What kind of a content creator do I want to be? Do I want to just put out video on everywhere I go, more frequently, but with less quality and less focus on storytelling, and more on just saying, "Hey, I was there." Then maybe sure I could try to do it. But there is no right or wrong really. But it's just that I don't know. I don't know. It's or do a more streamlined, more polished video that has more focus on storytelling. I mean, it would be nice if I could do both speed and quality. That would be the best thing in the world. For me to achieve that, I'll have to hire people, like hire editors, and even then, it won't be perfect. But I can't even afford to hire myself, so that's out of the question. But I'm still interested in going to like regular VTuber expos. I mean, I forgot the event, but where Nimi and Doobie are appearing on stage. Which one is that? That's a coming. Which one is that for? Then also Offkai Expo, the expo that's just dedicated to VTubers. That sounds hella interesting, and that's only growing, right? So, oh, that's the virtual vacation. Okay, okay, okay. That's why you mentioned it. Got it, got it, got it. Yeah. I mean, freaking a. If it if virtual vacation, let's say virtual vacation allows for recordings, like actual concert to be recorded, for me to like show you guys as part of the experience, then that changes things. Then suddenly the priority does go up a lot, a lot, because that's literally the core focus of this event, right? And I know like some indie events have allowed the main event to be recorded. I don't know how it's going to be for a virtual vacation though. I don't know who's hosting it. I don't know if it's a company that's hosting. I don't know if it's just indie VTubers coming together to just do it. I don't know if they have a rule set. The Phantom Thief concert was okay with it. Wasn't Phantom Thief concert the one where Mint was in? I think that's what I watched. Oh, they're selling stream tickets for okay, the vacation one. Okay, 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 okay. So it's highly unlikely. Do they have a web? Is there a website for that? Hmm. Yeah, Doki and Doobie, right. I think that was the one that was allowed to be recorded. Yeah, if it's something like that, then suddenly, wait a minute, right? Wait a minute. Because that's interesting as, excuse my language, fuck. That's something that I go for. Oh, again, if I had the money. That's a whole different question, but you know, the focus is it worth reporting on or showing you on? Virtual vacation, yeah. No, that's not it. How do I type this? Doobie Nimi virtual vacation. Well, that Oshi Park. Here we go. Got it. Is there a website for this event specifically? This is a ticketing website, right? Probably you should get in touch. I don't know where I can get in touch, to be honest. And from my previous experiences, I'm just too small to get any responses, to be honest. So I don't know. Oh, sent in Discord. Thank you. Let me check that out real quick. Actually, let me go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I gotta get some more water too. Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, look at my chair. This is Miller-chan. Yes, I'm planning on putting eyes on Miller-chan. Just call her and say hi to Miller-chan, okay?
Ah, no, the chair is not bald. What are you talking about? Concern, I've seen your funds. You have been spotted. You cannot run away from it now. You are responsible for all the consequences. Thank you so much for your funds. No, not thank you for your funds. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you, thank you. Scatter. Okay, let me fire up Discord real quick. Oh shoot! I forgot to let people know on my Discord that I'm going live. Whoops. Might as well do that now. Might as well do that now. Why not? Whoops. Vicky, does your fandom have a name like Teammates or Chatini? No, never really thought about that. I don't think I'm big enough to really have like a fan community. No, I don't know. I never thought about that actually. Just like let me put this on real quick. I gotta let people know at least. Oops. Virtual vacation live. Here we go. Okay, got it. Important questions. Can we have jetpacks? So I know this guy who knows a guy that legitimately imports a sample of packs that could have the options of the jet ability. So as long as you don't let the pink car know about this practices, I can hook you up and perhaps make a deal. Just just under the table. Hey Abyss, thank you so much for joining. How are you doing? Thank you. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, we're just talking about random things, no illegal activities. Toro says, do you have a Discord server? Because I can't seem to find any join link anywhere. Yeah, it's a bit of this is a secret society. You must prove your worthiness to be accepted into my disc. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't been promoting it actively because it's not a big server. But since you were mentioning it, if you would like to, I'll share the link here right now. How about that? There we go. Demon Dash, thank you so much for your super chat. What is that super chat? What am I looking at? Is that brain rot I see? If I say that out loud, I'm going to lose yet more viewers. I still haven't recovered from all the viewers that left after boldness, and here we are. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. July 5th. When's is this same as the Anime Expo weekend? Is that how it is? Oh, oops. United Theater on Broadway. Oh no, it's not. That's Broadway. Huh? Oh, is it? Broadway. Is Broadway near the expo area? Is it? I don't know anything about Broadway really, so. Oh, it is, okay. Wow, but this place is insane. It's like I'm having that Breaking Dimensions flashback, basically. Wow, that's pretty cool. It's a lot more. It's a lot more than I thought. Gosh, if I were to show you guys this, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Oops. So it's the last day. Concert is just down the street from the convention center. Wow, really interesting, interesting. So we got Nimi Nightmare, Doobie 3D, Ashton Martin, Clever as a car guy. I know exactly what this person went for. Hyuni, or Hyuni, right? Ticket sales, yeah. Are pen lights and UOs allowed? Yes, we have confirmed with the venue that they will be allowed. Wow, even UOs. Interesting. UO, for your information, is ultra orange. You know those bright orange pen lights that you see at concerts from time to time? People going like that. That's what a UO is. And some concerts ban them because they're way too freaking bright. And anyone behind a UO will get blinded. Now, UOs are definitely not allowed in. Oh, I thought they're not allowed in whole life concerts. Many concerts, I believe, don't allow them. Like especially like even in Japan now, right? I don't see anywhere here about recording policy. But what does the venue have to say? But the only sure way to know about this is to contact whoever. Oshi Park, I assume, is the one in this case. Doobie follows. Wait, Senzawa follows? Interesting. Yeah, Senzawa follows Oshi Park, interestingly. Interesting. Wait a minute, that is interesting. Huh? Is Oshi Park a known like event organizer for VTubers? Huh. Very interesting. Okay. No, but the reason why I'm looking into the venue is the venue absolutely does care. At least from my experiences. Because they are the one that does the security check. And they decide whether something is allowed in or not. So they do absolutely care. Even if the organizer says otherwise, the venue security people are probably more, they're going to lean towards their own rules, usually. One day, Vicky, I'll see you at a fan event and buy you a beer. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that'll be nice. DMCA protection. Yeah, this is hard to tell. This is hard to tell. Yeah, like Scruffy, you're right. That's how this conversation started. Um, but I guess the only way to know is to really try to contact them, to be honest. But LA. So far away, LA. It's so far away. It is so far away. Oh, Lincoln says I can ask them for you. Oh, can you? Yeah, sure. I mean, if that's possible, yeah. If you have some kind of a contact to them, yeah. Why not? Why not? Now, wait a minute. Let me try to organize my thought. So, Anime Expo is happening the first weekend of July, it seems, and that's when virtual vacation is also happening on the third day of Anime Expo. Offkai, that's happening right before, right? June. So it's not on the same weekend. Is it the weekend before? I wish everything was like within the same weekend. Two weeks before. Oh god, no. There is no way I'm surviving LA for 2 weeks. No way I can. No way. Thank you, Linkat, by the way. Yeah, I'll definitely. Please do ask. If it's possible for me to record. But meanwhile, I'll absolutely have to focus on pushing out the backlogs of the videos. That should be my number one priority because I have a lot of them, and my personal life has prevented me from doing so, and so I have to focus on that like a lot for the coming weeks. I gotta be honest, guys. I okay. I hate talking about this. I hate talking about this. The reason why I would really want to explore and perhaps witness this myself is because of the topic that we're discussing today. I don't want to just talk about it, right? I don't want to just talk about the next phase of VTubers. Oops, sorry, lost another viewer there. But I want to talk about the new shift in the industry from Hololive to big indies. But I also want to kind of witness how that unfolds, like on site, and perhaps make videos out of them. Yeah, that's why I'm interested in this. I think that's the only way for my arguments that I made today to make sense. Whatever I said today, I'm not trying to argue here anyway, but still, whatever I said today, or whatever I'm thinking about right now in terms of how I should transition from like one content vibe to the other as a new shift in the industry is happening, perhaps me actually going to these places and looking at them with my own eyes and telling a story out of them could be more constructive in allowing me to form the thoughts in my head and maybe in your heads too, right? Yeah, the person that films this shift, perhaps, and kind of, because I don't know, right? We just don't know. Anything that we just talk about, it's all theoretical. So we have no idea how it is on the ground, on boots, where we say, right? So,
So Off-Kai is like 550 miles north of LA. Wait, what? Off-Kai is not in LA? Oh, is it like in, where is it? Is it in Bay Area or is it like San Jose? No, that San Jose is not that far, is it? That's insane. Off-Kai Expo. Is it San Jose? Is San Jose that far from LA? And San Jose is south of LA, right? Is it? Is it not? Oh, is it? Wait, is it north of? Oh, it's San Jose, right? It's San Jose. Okay, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I got confused. It is northern CA. You're right. You're right. It is closer to the Bay Area, so that it makes more sense for me to land, in San Francisco. Ah, no. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. It's San Jose. Okay. Yeah, it's good to brainstorm this, but it's the same. It's the same routine. You know how it is. I'm like, I see an event. Oh my god, get video. I want to go there. Oh, for freaking a! I don't have the money. Blah blah blah. It's the same cycle. So I'm not gonna repeat that again. And I'm certainly not putting pressure on any one of you to say, oh, we gotta support Wiki or whatever. It's just I've realized during my past 2 months that I have to give up on things that I just cannot simply afford. I've been doing it for the past 3 years, but honestly, at a huge financial irresponsibility, and I just can't keep on doing that. I've decided. So I think again, my priority right now will be to push out the backlogs of the videos because I don't have, I have plenty of them, and I'll focus on paying off my debt. I think that should be my priority right now, honestly. I can't just keep on YOLOing it, honestly. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work, so. But it's good to keep this in mind. If I were to find another like legitimate way, for instance, a sponsorship or those kind of things, then I'll try to make it work. But yeah, priorities. Nerissa, Shiori, and Zeta is at Offkai. I know. Offkai, the reason why Offkai started to grab my attention is because of all the cast, all the guests that are appearing. I mean, freaking A. Kizuna Ai is coming back to an event. That's huge, right? And then we have Whole Life members too. And so many other. It's just a VTuber fest, right? It's a gigantic VTuber fest. So, yeah. Yeah, and then there is world tour on top of it. So it's this is actually another legit reason why I am thinking about expanding my video topics and not limiting myself to just this one thing, because I'll just have to sort something out that prevents me from going into debt while still putting out interesting content for people to, for something that makes you want to watch. So, which is hard. Trying to balance that is crazy hard, because if I come out with something so random, it'll lose the interests of like all the existing viewers, and it still won't guarantee new people to flow in, right? So I know it becomes a job at this point, which sucks. I wish I could just do this out of a hobby forever, not thinking about the responsibilities. But at the end of the day, this has to make sense financially. That's the only way for me to continue. So hence why I think about these. Okay. All right. It's good to know. It's good to kind of know about these though. Kind of learn about these, and talk about it with you guys. So there are two major events coming up then: Off-Kai Expo, then Anime Expo with Virtual Vacation. Got it. Okay. I'll at least I'll know. At least I'll know. This is the sort of thing sponsors are for. You are right. You are very much right. But again, and I do ask around. Believe it or not, I do ask around, and but it's just that it's always the balance, right? One thing is that I'm not, the scale of my channel isn't big enough yet, and but also I can't just take. Or maybe I can. Maybe I might just have to change my mindset on this. But I'm a new and up and coming content creator, right? So I'm learning everything for the first time. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I can, I would like to pick up on ads or sponsorships that at least somewhat make sense to what I do. So there are a few times when there were ad offers that I have turned down, right? Most of which because they didn't want to pay, but only wanted to compensate in like their own services, right? Cash is king. Cash is what makes a deal. But sometimes it's just that the topic of that the subject is just so random that it doesn't really make sense, or we continue to talk but it falls apart because we couldn't reach an agreement, those kind of things. So yeah. Raid Shadow Legends. I've gotten a few emails during my Twitch days. I haven't gotten one since. I feel like they're more into like Twitch or Twitch streamers. But yeah, it's just whatever you do, it has to make sense, right? Even though I'm the one desperate, it shouldn't mean I just do everything, because you have to think about the effort and time and money that goes into producing that ad segment per se, let's say. But if the outcome is a minus, there is no reason to do it. If it hurts you, right, you shouldn't do it. Let's say you put this amount of extra time to make this one segment, but the payment just does not make sense. On top of that, the topic is so random, it may even hurt your brand or your identity or your content or direction. And then you have to think again. It's just so many layers, but it's nothing new. I'm sure you guys know about this, or all the content creators are thinking about the same thing. So I'm not saying I've discovered this for the first time. Well, I am, because I'm new, but I'm sure this is something very common. Well, yeah, you're right though. Sponsorship is how you survive, it seems, because YouTube money is just too small. The ad money is minuscule. Yeah. But anyway, let's stop with the money. It's okay. It's my responsibility, so I'll do my best to figure it out. And if I end up not figuring it out, then I guess I failed. That's that. Simple as that. But moving on though. Good to know the lovely events here. Awesome. Yeah, Aloof Penguin, you've mentioned a good point. As you mentioned, Vicky, I think once you push out the backlog, consistent vlogs better, things will come. You got this. Yeah, I think consistency is what I'm lacking the most. That's what's hurting me the most, both streams and videos. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. That's what I've been trying to figure out for the past, I don't know how many years, a year or two. Well, that's the biggest thing. The biggest. Gosh, why is it so hard to be consistent? It's crazy. So, what's on the backlog? The ID vlog. That's a big one. The Indonesia vlog. And I've also made There's also a little thing that I visited during the expo weekend or after the expo weekend. So there's one more Japan video, and also Cali's concert, a Hollywood visit. That's also another big one. What else? There's also one thing that I haven't really talked about actively that I've been building up for quite a while. The Did I mention this before? Yeah, but it's the Isidore, the Korean VTuber group, the Isegai Idol. I don't know if you guys heard of it. Probably not, but it's the biggest Korean VTuber group in the country. The I've been building up a video for that, trying to make some sort of a kind of like figuring out who they are type of deal, and introducing them to the rest of the world type of stuff. But I've been building that up for a long time. In fact, I actually went to their concert last weekend. Yeah, so I've been busy off camera too. I got lucky to get a ticket, but yeah, that was crazy. Just came back. Now planning next trip. Yeah, I mean the next direction on top of the indie stuff that we talked about. It's all related. It's all related. But yeah. And then I also want to be more consistent in streaming. I would love to stream at least twice a week. That would be wonderful. Although what do I talk about? No idea. It'll probably be yapping, just like right now. I don't know how interesting that is, but yeah, I mean I like talking, and I have to make sure to put out more shorts or clips of the stream moments too, because I do find that there are many instances, clippable moments, I guess, that could be turned into shorts. But it's everything that I have to do. So could do some reacts, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's all. Call me uptight, maybe I am, but those are reacts to like VTuber clips or this week in VTubing. I don't know. Are there other people who's already doing it? I don't know if there's anything like that I can uniquely provide over other people doing it. I'm still not convinced. I mean, sure, it's up to me, but I don't know. I'm still not convinced if I can manage to make it more worth watching over other people who's already doing it. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. But yeah, whatever the direction, I think like these three now and perhaps more people coming in will definitely influence the directions of not only what I do but also what you think and do. That's why I think this moment is very important. Very important. Hmm. The VTuber indie scene in Korea, thought about that too. But the biggest problem is that the Twitch is no longer a thing in Korea. So all the streamers are streaming on a Korea specific platform, which makes it very difficult for people outside of Korea to come and watch, which means it's harder to relate for people outside of Korea. Isedor is a little bit different because it's more of me talking about the the scale and the cultural phenomena. And you guys, some of you at least heard of Isidore, right? Whether through Kiara's collab with one of them, or being mentioned during the VTuber awards, those kind of things. But I feel like if I were to like actually talk about VTubers individually, there should be a way for you guys to say, hey, let me check them out then, and easily check them out. But the reality is you can't. So oh, they're staying and they're slaying. Easy Idol, they're doing massively well. Yeah, they don't stream on YouTube. They have an exclusive deal with one of the platforms in Korea. When they moved out of Twitch, they made an exclusive deal with one of the platforms. They do have a YouTube channel though. Another thing that makes it really difficult for them, which is another topic that I want to mention when I make that video, is that they don't allow individuals to upload clips, which is quite foreign and actually even crazy for us to think about, right? They don't allow individuals to operate a clip channel of Isekai Idol, or uploading clips of Isekai Idol. Yeah, so they have their own. Each talents have their own clip channels. You can submit clips to them through their fan communities, which then can be maybe uploaded to their clip channel. But yeah, that's why you don't see any clips of them, because if clipping was allowed, you'd probably have seen at least 1 or 2 people trying to put English subtitles on them, right? But that's completely out of the question. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the massive reasons why. And as a whole life fan, and as a just a typical VTuber fan, that is a pretty crazy concept in my eyes. Well, yeah, that's why they're massive yet so closed off. That's what makes it interesting, in my opinion. The concert that I went to, I mean, it wasn't Isekai Idol specific concert, but they were the finale. They were the main deal, and pretty much all people that went to that concert went there to watch Isekai Idol. But it was a baseball dome stadium that seats about over 15,000 people, in a concert form. I don't know the exact number for the seating for the concert, but it was definitely in the thousands, and they were all sold out, without a doubt. So the scale is there. So as we talk about this side of the VTuber scene, there's a completely different side of VTuber scene that we just do not know about, that we never heard of. And that's why this is so important and interesting. The VTuber section is growing so much, and that we are at a point where all these superpowers per se are about to clash into each other, making the fandoms overlap. So up until now, it was like, oh, people that only knows about this only knows about this. People only interested in this sector only knows about that sector. But now, when these kind of migrations happen, that means the boundaries are going to melt and break down, opening the floodgates, which will allow all the fandoms and talents to be mixed into this one gigantic lake of industry, or ocean of industry. That's when conflicts start, or dramas start, I guess. But that's why this is so important, specifically Saba, because there's the scale. It's just everyone, like many people know now. People who just didn't care or had no interest in what whole life VTubers after graduations do, Saba, I think, is starting to change that more. That's why this is so important. That's why we can now talk about this, and perhaps have people more interested in the scenes that they're used to, like in this case HoloLive. So yeah. Is that too deep of a topic? Maybe it is. Maybe it is, but yeah, I thought it's mentioned. I thought it's worth mentioning for sure. I mean, didn't I assume some of you in chat have changed like how I mentioned today, right? I mean, you probably changed too. How many of you changed in terms of how you view whole life or how you support somebody in this scene? How many of you changed or feel like you're changing? Because I feel like I'm changing, and I guess I'm ready to accept that. Maybe, yeah. Or maybe some of you are not ready, or some of you just don't or not interested in it. It's fine, but yes, me, yeah. Right, Toka says, I feel like the attention towards Saba is too big too quickly though. I feel like it defeats the purpose of rebranding if it doesn't get rid of the pressure of fame. I think that's one of the reasons why she decided to not go back to Senzawa, but start a new thing. I guess whatever she does, I don't think she can escape this. Like, that's a given, right? But maybe this was the best way to minimize that pressure as much as possible. But who knows, right? I don't think there's a scenario where you can escape this completely and start from scratch, like true scratch. That's just not possible, right? Ogentide says, I still watch Green Woman every day. It's just Nimi instead of Fauna. Yeah. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Mandalorian says, I started with only indies, but now like Holo a lot. Oh, that's interesting. So you're the other way around, right? Interesting. Because I feel like the opposite is starting to happen a lot more than before. Holo to indie. And it's made it easier because you're a bit more familiar with the personalities with Doobie and Nimi and perhaps Saba. You're more used to it. So that, what should I say, emotional barrier has been lowered. Hence the new shift. That's why this is important. Art says, my view on whole life changed a lot, to be honest. Yeah. The more you know, the opinion, the more more opinions you have. Yeah. Tech says, I was definitely more weirded out when AI came around, but kind of warmed up to the concept eventually. Yeah. Like even like AI VTubers like Yuro-sama, I think in the beginning many people called it cringe or crazy, but look how big she is now. Or if you just talk about AI tech in general, like ChatGPT, it's crazy how norm it is to use a ChatGPT now. It is very normal to use one these days. I like to dive towards the understand side of Holo members instead of popular ones recently. Underrated, sorry. I like to dive towards the underrated side of Holo members instead of popular ones recently. Interesting. That's very, that's highly respected. I like that. Zach says, I was surprised she started Saba so early on. Me too. I was shocked. That's why I thought I gotta stream about this. I gotta talk about this. I expected her to just disappear for at least a few months to curb down the hype. I thought so too. Maybe who knows? Maybe she started the account, but maybe she will debut in a few months. We don't know. Or maybe next year. We just don't know. But yeah. Let me turn off the fan real quick. Yeah, I wonder if that was the intention all along. Just Go Pan says, I realized that there is funny tiptoeing we do as fans of both Whole Life and their alumni. The VTuber fans' silent secret handshake getting another funny layer. Yeah. And that does create awkward moments, and that's why I wanted to do the stream today, where we just drop the tiptoeing just for the day, maybe, and just say it outright.
This is what we think. This is what I think. I think shift is happening. Might as well embrace it and talk about it. That's the purpose of the stream today. And I hope you're getting something out of it. I hope so. I really hope so. I feel like the Purple Lucas says, I feel like majority of fans are aware and are alright with hinting the past without saying, I know what you were. But it still has that thought though. Yeah. Just a subtlety. Art of subtlety. Edgy Ebby says, I follow my Oshi, not the corporal. And I do respect that too. But there is the other side of the coin for sure. There are fans that are the complete opposite. And yeah, that's not. I just find it weird that there's so much clips already. Doobies and Nimi's was kind of discreet. Yeah. So that's also one of the signals of the changing era. Maybe. Does that make sense? Oh, by the way, AJB, thank you so much for your super chat. Saba is the kami of all Western VT I follow. She hasn't even debuted yet. I appreciate the dedication. We'll see. Oh, I as in Kizuna I. Sorry about that. I thought you meant AI. Kizuna I. Also, you were saying, you kind of got warmed up to the idea of this virtual persona streaming and doing YouTube in general. But before, you were cringed out by it. Yeah. I was too. I wasn't an active watcher of Kizuna I. Although, I noticed her because YouTube algorithm. And she was big back then. You're right. It took me a while to warm up to this idea. I don't think I would have guessed myself to be in this position today, even 5 years ago. Because I wasn't even big on idols in general. I never supported an idol ever in my life. Not even a singer. I was not like that. So yeah. I have been dragged down quite far into this too, by a certain orange lady. STF says, I follow my Oshis, not the corpse, but now several of my Oshis can never stream together anymore. It's horrible. That is the split that we have to deal with. It does suck not being able to witness that chemistry anymore. That's why it really is unfortunate for either side of the parties to not be able to freely mention each other and do a collab per se. But like we've been talking about today, as this trend grows more, maybe that can change too. Who knows? I don't know. Mimranglet says, I wonder what kind of content is Saba going to make. Is it going to be just content or with follower engagement with the streams? Yeah, that is interesting too. I mean, whatever it may be, I would love to see more karaoke stuff from her because I really did enjoy that. But yeah, I would never know. What's the future? What's the future for her? Perhaps typical game streaming, perhaps just chatting, brain rot, meme posting, who knows? Collabs. KCD's not says, in the end, it's either you follow the avatar or the person behind it. Yeah, I think that's also. I think now people are put into the position where they have to decide or they have to make up a mind. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard because depending on what decision you make, the direction you take, would you oppose the very concept of VTubing? Right? Let's say you are all down on supporting the person behind it rather than the VTuber avatar personality. Then does that defeat the whole purpose of VTubing? Or is it still intact? That's philosophical now. That's maybe way too deep. But this is something that's not actively talked about right now.
or maybe it is talked about, but in a more Fight Club way. Chan says, I feel like my view has shifted a lot since I started in 2023, but it's not really more indie or more corpos, just being more focused on JP talent overall than anyone on EN. Oh, that's interesting. So your interest has shifted to a different culture, perhaps? Maybe culture, or in this case, language or country. Okay, that's interesting too. Interesting stuff. When you become that big as Gura, I think it's pretty much impossible to not have that fame or the attention. So that's pretty much a given. Whether the person likes it or not, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Aloof Penguin says, I think it's so cool though that with Doobie, Nimi, Saba still being massively successful, that it shows how powerful the whole life jumpstart is. Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating to see, although I'm sure it is a bit of a head scratcher for whole life, probably, and for the corpos. The original YouTube membership will not end until August. Oh, is that so for Gura? I think the time in between should still be for preparation, perhaps. Yeah. That makes sense. Fellini said, I also started with indies, so I actually had to change my mind the other way around about the way the Holo fandom works. Yeah, it's just so different, isn't it? Even in terms of how fans interact with each other, or on what to do and what not to do, what's allowed, what's not allowed. It gets really confusing. It's kind of like what I'm going through because I'm a Korean that speaks English that enjoys Japanese stuff at the moment. So, like, which one do I stick to? What's accepted socially and what's not accepted socially? Which culture do I stick to? The most people that watch me are from the US. So do I stick to that? But I go to the Japanese events, so do I stick to that? But I'm Korean. So do I stick to, so this is basically a round 2 for me. It's not a first time for me to think about something like this. No. There will be so much when you close your eyes clips. But when you close your eyes, that. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Thank you, Azure Lane, for introducing me to Whole Life. Oh, is that how you started, Isna? Interesting. So the collabs work. Skirma says, I used to think idol culture was weird, but look at me now. Yeah, I thought I was not into it, but look at me now too. It works in strangest ways. Azure Lane got me into this also? Oh, really? Interesting. A Sonic movie watch along from a while back is probably the closest we get from getting that interaction. Oh, from interaction between somebody that's in Whole Life right now to someone that left. You are right. You're right. That is the closest. I'll just say it since we're already saying it. It was Crony and Sana, right? But Crony in her other personality, and Sana in her current after Whole Life personality. Yeah, doing watch along. Guys, it's so crazy how much she geeks out on Sonic. It is absolutely insane. Well, those are very, that kind of a moment is very interesting. I don't know. It's something very interesting about that.
I never cringed. 3 seconds of Ikam Bokum and I was hooked for life. I was one of the people that got into Hololive through 2 Snacks fan animation actually of Ikam Bokum. That was very, very random. And beef, the potato PC by Portuca and all that. Yeah. EdgeAB, thank you for your super chat. Thank you so much. I have nothing against Holo, but I follow Gura and her circle. I wanted to see her go where we are now. So sorry for Holo fans. Please keep having fun. Yeah, and you know, everyone can make their own choices. I think it's all fine. They can either choose to move on and continue to follow the person, or they stay within the whole life circle and find a new Oshi. I think they're all fine, as we know. Oh, South Korean enjoy Japanese stuff? You could say the same thing the opposite way. Oh, Japanese person enjoying South Korean stuff? You'll be surprised how much each other enjoy each other's stuff. It is insane, the amount of interactions and cultural exchange that both countries do. You'll be hugely surprised. Japan's absolutely massive on K-pop and K-drama. Massive. And K-food. They enjoy a lot of Korean food, Japanese people. A lot of them. Freaking A. Many ramen places now have kimchi as default now. That's how natural it is. That's how natural it is, yeah? So, yeah. $5 into Mume and Gura IP funds. No, we're not doing that right now. We're not continuing that. We're not. Definitely not. You're a VTuber fan, stick to that. Yeah. I mean, maybe the answer is as simple as, yeah, I just like VTubers and I support whoever I want to support. The answer should be as simple as that. But people tend to make this topic into something a lot more complex. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm responsible for that. I've been yapping about this topic on and on today. But you're right. Maybe it is as simple as, hey, do you like it? Then just do it. Do you not like it? Then just don't do it. But as a person, at least for me, who comes across different groups of people or culture consistently, there is a time when you have to kind of make a decision or have an answer in a situation, right? Hey, Noxat, thank you so much for your 2 months of membership. I really appreciate that. You're based. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Himphony says, I watch Holo when it shows up on my feed. It's not like I search for streams or talents, so when a talent leaves, the chances of I watch them becomes lower because they show up less. Oh, that makes sense too. Less exposure. You're right. Yeah, that is true. And I think that does quite happen with Doobie and Nimi too. Not that they get clipped less, it's just that the algorithm shifts, right? So YouTube might not offer it to you as much as before. Something like that. Yeah. The funds are back. No. Fenrir says, if I had to be honest, I haven't watched much of the graduated members for the past couple years because they kind of stopped streaming at that point. I think you're talking about just not outside of whole life, just, you know, VTuber as a whole, right? Corporal VTubers as a whole. Yeah, I mean, if they stop doing it, then I guess there's nothing to watch, really. That's only natural. But it is tough, though. I mean, that's why I think it's so brave. I mean, even though you already had a massive following, even though you had that a big corporal name tag as your resume, I still think it's there's still a huge risk of going indie. And it takes
a lot of confidence and, I should say, balls, even though they don't have them, to make that decision. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. So I find that respectable, probably. Yeah. That is I think that's crazy. I don't think if I will. I don't think I will be made to. I can't speak. I don't think I will be able to make that kind of a decision if I were to be in that situation. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can say, yeah, people will follow, for sure, and I'll survive and be successful as an individual. I have no doubt. That takes a lot of confidence. Hmm. And meanwhile, yeah, Ame has that affiliate way, which is interesting. I'm curious on how that's going to unfold. Hmm. If you stop watching, that means you're not a fan anymore. It's that simple. You have moved on. Yeah, I mean that is a good simple way of looking at it, and there's nothing bad about that. It is only natural to move on. Yeah, Chloe and Aqua and Mel and even Russia, they all came back to streaming. So yeah. And I say this all the time, but we have to remember the VTubing industry as a whole is still very young. It hasn't even been 10 years yet. So many things are happening for the first time, and this very important shift is also happening for the first time. That's why no one knows an answer for sure. And that's also why we need times like this to kind of figure it out. Hmm. Oh, by the way, yeah, I do know that the Niji Sanji and Whole Life baseball event is it this weekend? Uh, that looked very interesting too. I wish I could have gone to that, but yeah, they're doing what they're doing is they're renting out an actual baseball stadium. But they're playing a baseball game, but they'll have like screens set up on the baseball stadium, which will show like where the members, what base the members are on as the game progresses, so the fans in the stadium can kind of keep track of the game, like in real life, which is very interesting. Oh, the gates opened a couple hours ago. Man, I wish I could go. Yeah, Chloe and Ahmed, they're both affiliated, and it's pretty cool for them to come back for those special occasions. Like Ahmed coming back for Kiara's the concert, and Chloe coming back for Shion's graduation. I think those are very interesting. And it does make me wonder because like at first when Ame pioneered the affiliate way, I thought that would be the future for everyone for sure. I thought like there's no reason for anyone to just full on graduate now. I'm just do affiliation, and that would be good for both parties perhaps. But I guess not, huh? Because only Chloe and Ame are the ones that decided to do affiliations, and everyone else decided to go full on graduation. So maybe it's not as easy as just saying, yeah, I'll appear from time to time. Hmm. Yeah, but I can only imagine how packed and tight the schedules in a corporate environment would be. I mean, because we always see members talk about the homework, right, that they have to do and finish. I mean, yeah, that's the responsibility of being in a massively successful corporate environment as a talent. But how much do you actually do? We don't know, right? So that's that too. Hmm. I think what you agree and what you don't agree with the corporal versus individuals. It could be very simple. I mean, it's not always a huge disagreement. It could be as simple as, yeah, it's just the whole environment of this is not my style. I mean, that could be labeled as disagreement. It could be. I think it should be looked at in a simple way like that. Uh, Maybe we shouldn't always try to read into it too much. And it could be the health issues like Mume. We just maybe whole life offered a way for her to stay away for a while to get back in shape for her throat, but maybe Mume thought it doesn't make sense to stay without creating content or streaming for so long. That could be a disagreement, right? So anything and everything could be labeled as a disagreement. Cover only offers vanilla ice cream, but the talent only likes chocolate ice cream. Disagreement. Anything can be labeled as a disagreement. So I think it could be very simple or complex. So we don't know. And that shouldn't mean the corporal side is always evil, right? Disagreements can happen for simplest reasons for anything. So yeah, I don't think one should assume that the one side is always evil. Nothing says, or maybe want to do something different, but environment don't encourage it. Yeah, you're right. It could be that too. The direction, the content direction, could be just too different that they just decided to go their own ways, something like that. Um, Exercise says, I honestly think that the word disagreement with management is more of a way for cover to take the blame instead of painting the talents to leave on a bad side. And I do agree that with that too. I actually do agree with that. I feel like every time that statement comes out, it makes cover look bad, right? But I feel like cover can take that better than, let's say, that kind of blame being put on an individual. So if that's how I look at it too, if that is indeed the case, then I honestly respect the direction and what cover is doing. Because they could very well easily say, I mean, unless that is, it's another reason like copyright infringement or contractual infringement, which did happen. They'll state it. They've said it before, and they'll make it clear. But any other reasons that are more of we kind of tried to make this work, but it's not gonna work. So unfortunate, but we'll just move on. If it's that kind of a situation, then I think for cover to say that is respectable. And we can argue with that too. But as seen by other companies, it is very easy to put a blame on a talent. Very easy. You can word it slightly different, and it's all on the talent. But as far as I can tell, excluding a one or two special occasions, it was always covered saying, "Yep, it was just a disagreement with the company." So yeah, I think that's the most neutral way of taking up, kind of like taking off a burden for an indie or that person. It is a bad look, I do agree, but what else can you do? What else can you say? Honestly, what other answers or statements can we come up with that could be far better than just putting it as simple as a disagreement? Surely going into details will not help. That, trust me on that. Going into details will only give ammunitions for people to criticize and come up with even more conspiracies. And it's not beneficial for both parties. Holo was not prepared for yen. Nobody is prepared. No business is truly prepared initiating a new business. No one is. Nobody is. There's always going to be a turbulence. It's always going to be a shaky ride. There will be failures. So no one is ready for something that is going to be big. No one's ready. No one's ready for anything. That's why you take time, you learn from your mistakes, and fix things as you go. And unfortunate truth is that along the way, there will be gaps that are not properly answered to or attended to, which may increase the disagreements. Hence, what we see in front of our eyes today, right? So I'm not saying cover is the GOAT, they're right or anything like that. I'm sure that they've made so many mistakes along the journey, but it's not just them. And there's just no way for anyone to be perfect, and that's unrealistic. Again, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that this happens. It's unfortunate that there are agreements, but there is no perfect world where there are no disagreements. Someone will be unhappy, or someone will not be satisfied. That's just how it is. So I don't want to put like full blame on like one party and one party only. They both have their sides in this case. Now, if it's something as bad as freaking, the Niji Sanji drama, right? Or something like so clear cut, on a member like screwing up or betraying people, we've seen that happening. If it's something as clear, and even then, like we don't know the full picture, right? We were not there, but this is not that kind of a situation, is it? So that's why I'm willing to cut them out some slack, and be a little bit more understanding. Yeah, like Raz is saying, at the end of the day, this is still a pretty darn new industry, and no matter how big cover seems like, it is still a new company, still trying to figure stuff out. Edgy, it seems like you're trying to find a specific blame on why this is happening, but I guarantee you, it is not just one thing that has caused all this. It never is. Never is. Sure, they could be contributing to whatever we're seeing right now, but it can't just be as it's the shareholders, it's the company, it's something. It just cannot be like that. Because do we know the full story? Have we, as anyone in chat, has ever attended cover shareholder meeting? Have we? I mean, I think we should at least attend one of the meetings to really say, yeah, I've been there. And it seems like they're the problem on whatever they're demanding. I've heard it. That person that stood up with their hands up. Like the Like a Dragon game where they do a shareholder meeting mini game. Have you been to that? No. Were we on a phone call of shareholder meetings? No. So we just don't have the proper experience to really say, yeah, it's the shareholders, or they're the part of it. I have no idea. I'm not saying they're not, by the way. I'm just saying I don't know. Could be, because it is, I said this before, it is common for shareholders to drive a company into a ditch. Sure, but are we sure that that's the entire reason why we're seeing these three as they are today? I have no idea. I've only been to a hostess club minigame in Like a Dragon. Try other minigames too. You know, there are other minigames. Try something outside of the hostess clubs. You could find something else that could be entertaining. Right? That game is massive. I've seen it. I've never played it, but I've seen the variety of minigames. Step outside of the hostess club. Don't be there 24/7. Don't give away your money like that. You deserve better. Edgy Abby says 100% of the time. That's a bold statement. 100% of the time shareholders are responsible? Nah, bro. No. If that was the case, all the companies that we know of today should be dead. Non-existent. Up in flames. And in ashes. 100% of them. But that's not the case, is it? It's just that there are darker sides to operating as a public company. There could be a sacrifice that would make another party unhappy. But not 100% of the time shareholders are bad, therefore company goes bad. That is a way too simple of an equation they're trying to pitch. That's an oversimplification. If that was the case, I don't know. I really don't know. And again, we have to remember the fact that Cover back then was either sell it off to another big corporation, which probably is already public, so it doesn't solve the problem, go bankrupt and just cease to exist, which means we'll not have the Oshis that we love today, and not even have them maybe, or the Cover itself to go public and to save themselves. Like, that's pretty much it. In order to grow to the scale that we love and support today, there aren't many options. And I feel that so much as an individual content creator, there is a clear limit on what you can do alone. That's why all these companies have to go public, whether they like it or not. Even freaking Tesla, right? Had to go public. Elon Musk always talks about how he hates it and he wishes to go back to being a privately owned company. But why did he do that? That was the only way to save Tesla. And here it is. I know, as much as we hate it, or you hate it, or who hates it, Tesla is the biggest EV company the world has ever seen. Why? Because it went public. Yes, there are downfalls to that. Yes, there are dark sides to that. But it's not as simple as go public, shareholders, the company bad, end of story. It's just never like that. Like I said, imagine this. If Cover didn't go public, on its own, there is a very high chance that we didn't get to see the growth that we see today. We might not have been able to see the Sixth Fest or the Dodgers collaboration, those kind of things. And maybe you're in a and I respect it. You could be in a your opinion could be that, I don't care about all those big events. I really could not give a damn. All I care is about this streamer doing what she likes, and I just like watching her on streams, and that's highly respectable. And I kind of feel like that too. If that said streamer wants to just do streaming and not do idle stuff, then let them be, right? But we can't ignore the fact that the company growing to this scale has allowed these individuals, members, to grow to this degree as well. They grow together. But in order to grow like that as a public company, and being a talent in that kind of a environment does bring in a new set of responsibilities in the forms of homework, doing ads, right? Or doing sponsorships, or reading lines. That's just the cause of it. Unfortunately, you cannot just have all the good things, right? You stay you stay like indie status, just doing whatever you like, the schedule that whatever you're comfortable with. but not taking up the responsibility of everything else. But you get the corporal level exposure, but you don't want to do the corporal level work. You see what I mean? That's where the difference in direction comes in. If the said individual firmly believes that their direction is to do a bit more chill indie-like streaming, and they see the future in that, then that's where the decision comes in. And again, that's why I feel like Cover is not that bad compared to the rest of the entertainment industry, where they bound the talents contractually to stay for an N number of years, and they cannot leave. They're not allowed to leave, and they can't turn on a camera when they want to. They can't post stuff when they want to. They can't be somebody else when they want to. If we compare to the rest of the entertainment world, the scope changes. Then suddenly we can't just say public bad, shareholders bad. There are darker examples of going public, but it's definitely not Cover. At least how it stands right now, where it stands right now. So, yeah. And you know what? As much as it sucks to say, that is the shareholders' job. Making money. That's why they're the shareholders. Unfortunately, the people that are invested, as a shareholder, they don't really care about the dreams of an individual. They don't really care about the support of the fans. Their existence is to earn more money, multiplying their assets. That's the very existence of a shareholder or investors. So I'm sorry to say this, but that's just their job. Whether we agree or not, whether it sucks or not, that is their job. With a whiplash, right? Hitting the CEO. More money, multiply my asset. You're making me lose money. Unfortunately, that is their job. There is no world in this universe where that isn't the case. Okay, maybe you are one of the 0.00001% of the world's shareholders who is invested in a stock, where you say, you know what? I'm okay losing my money, as long as it's for the cause of allowing the girls to achieve their dream. I mean, if you're one of them, freaking kudos to you, man. Massive respect. Give it up to this guy. But that's not what a definition of a shareholder is. So that's how we have to look at this situation too. Unfortunately. It sucks. And yes, that very mindset of money, multiply, it is something that does cause the changes that we don't like to see. So that's why I keep on saying, I'm not saying shareholders are innocent, but I'm not saying they're always 100% the cause of all the results, like what we're seeing today, like in front of our eyes. But it's just that people have different interests. We as fans are here supporting our Oshis because in return we get that heart, the fulfillment in our heart. We as fans support the Oshis because in return we get the fulfillment in our hearts. The shareholders, they put in their investments because they get the money as a return, not the heart. That's why there's always a gap between the fandom and the shareholders. Okay? That's why they always fight. That's why each other seems to be the dumb one. From fans' perspective, shareholders are always the evil ones. Do you not care about the hearts and the dreams of the girls and our feelings? We're here to support them, no matter what they are, what avatar they are. That's why we want them to, do whatever they want. In shareholders' eyes, we are the dumb ones. We are stupid. Do you not want to make money? What do you mean, dream? Dream does not bring in earnings. What are you talking about? Do you not see this chart? The dropping chart compared to last year? The earnings reporting is a landslide. What are you doing? So the both sides can never agree. That's why from your perspective, shareholder seems to be the 100% evil one. But the unfortunate side of that story is perhaps the very investments coming from those very shareholders, that's what's keeping Cover alive, has been keeping Cover alive, which funds the talents that we so like and love. See the cycle? So both sides have to exist. Funny enough, right? Thank you. By the way, Roger, thank you so much for gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And even I have to go through this, right? I mean, I could be like, guys, I'm only doing this whole life journey and vlogs just because I feel good about it, out of my heart. So it is 100% okay if I go in permanent, irrecoverable debt. That's okay. I'm willing to sacrifice my everything just for the journey. I cannot do that, right? I need to change my brain, switch my brain into earn money mode. How am I gonna stay afloat? How am I gonna keep this going? You always have to talk about both sides, unfortunately. That means money has to be involved. And yes, there are many cases and examples that you probably can come up with more than I can, that where money ruins the fun. You're right. That does happen more than it should. I mean, look at the video gaming industry, right? Where's the fun in video games now? It's because to keep the shareholders happy, right? Isn't that the truth? It's so that the CEOs, the shareholders, can earn all the money that they want to, and they can exit the game because they got their multipliers. They don't care about the game quality because they're not gamers. They're only there to multiply their gains, right? But they won, but it ruined the game. So that's why the balance is so important. And I think it's still nice, like Abby, how you pointed out. I think it's still important for you to point out these things from time to time. Because to say, be careful, okay? I know that you need the investors and all, but be careful not to allow them to sway the direction of the company and the members too much, all right? That's where the fans come in to keep an eye on those things happening. So your role is still very important. I'm not saying you're irrelevant, but it's just that we have to balance out the both pictures. And since you and I are more on the fan side, we have we can voice out our opinions just to say, hey, okay, hold on a minute, are you sure about this? As a fan, it's a bit more, a bit concerned. We're concerned about this. But you know what's funny? You know what's ironic about this? In order to voice out our opinions, we have to become the investors. Isn't that funny? The most effective tool of a voice is through the investment or the lack thereof. Is that funny? I think that's so funny. Like money speaks, which changes the graph, which lets the company know, oh crap, we effed up. That ironically, that's the strongest voice that we can put out as an individual. And that's why some fans decide to go the route of a shareholder, because they can speak through money. And that's just it would be nice if we can just post on Twitter of our voices, but a lot of times the money speaks louder. So then what do we do? then we become the monster. The very shareholder that we loathed. Isn't that funny? I think that's hilarious. Hey, Softcat, thank you so much for your super chat. Okay, chat, let's buy cover stock now. Let's continue the funds. So so the funds that we initiated today, just within this stream, is to buy Gargura IP fund, buy Nanashi Mumi IP fund, buy Hoshimachi Suisei voice fund, buy Saba debut stream watch along fund, then buy Famichiki Japanese convenience store chicken fund, buy Wiki fund, and now this buy whole life cover stock funds. I'm going to be rich, guys. I'm gonna be rich. Yes, my pyramid scheme is working. Oops, I didn't say that. I am the evil one. I am the evil side of this. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Thank you. I'm stacked. Who are they? Are they fun? Yeah, these are fun individuals. I recommend you to check them out. Although Saba hasn't debuted yet, but there is a video. Exercise says, I only wished cover did what V-Shoujo did and let the graduated talents keep their avatar, which is goated, to be honest. Yeah, that's I mean, that's actually a even more surprising side of the story, right? Like I said, I mean, compared to the rest of the entertainment industry, I do consider cover as more flexible. But then there's V-Shoujo. Like how, like that's very interesting. And I guess maybe it does it make sense? I don't know. I guess the upside is that the talent gets to keep the IP and continue on as is without having to go through the rebranding, relaunching, and refiguring everything out. That's a lot of work. But for V-Shoujo, are they losing anything? Or actually, does that lift off the pressure from the existing members in V-Shoujo, which allows them to stay even longer in V-Shoujo in return, because there's less stress and pressure to be encaged in a company IP. So if there is a benefit to that, and if Hololive for some reason decides to do that in the future, would that benefit both the company and the talent? Or will that financially hurt cover, either through the shareholders not being happy, or the talents taking advantage, using cover as the launch pad? That's such a complex topic. But V-Shoujo, for whatever reason, decided that it's worth letting the talents keep the IP. And I'm very curious on the background thoughts on how they landed on that direction. Hard to disconnect if it's the same model. Yeah. So imagine, this is just a theoretical thing. So imagine we had Gargura, right, in Hololive. But imagine Gargura decided to graduate, but cover allowed the person to keep the Gargura IP. So Gargura continues to keep being Gargura. If that happens, then what happens to the rest of the members when collaborating in the future or interacting with each other? Because it's ultimately Hololive Myth as a group that debuted in this case, right? But if Gargura is allowed to keep the Gargura IP, but isn't Hololive anymore, but is it still Myth? Does that mean whenever they do Myth stuff, does Gargura join the Myth stuff? Like Myth concerts, or EN concerts, or events, or expos? It gets so complex. You see what I mean? So again, it's not simple. Maybe for V Shoujo, they don't have that kind of a group setting. It's all individuals, and they're more like just a brand with multiple individuals under their umbrella. Because they started out like that, maybe they have more flexibility and freedom to let that set IP go and be alone again, be an indie again. But I think Whole Life started out differently. That prevents them to take the same route. Yeah. V Shoujo was made up by Gunrun and Melody, so being more favorable for streamers was probably always the goal. Yeah, I think how a company starts out is very it will change the direction going forward. Now we have to remember that we also have to think about the cultural aspects here too. V Shoujo is, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but very American, right? So there is that American ways of thinking or handling situations. Cover is hugely Japan bound company, a very Japanese culture centric company. So even through EN divisions within Hololive, that Japanese influence is strong. And that means the shareholders that we have been talking about, and even fans, many of the Japanese fans kind of expect and maybe even demand what's culturally accepted in Japan. So that's the difference that we have to think about too. Isn't that the head is spinning now? Like that's why this is not always like, hey, why don't you just do that? It's easy as just following V Shoujo's example, or somebody else saying, hey, why do you not follow Cover's example? You know, that's simple as that. So yeah. It is very hard. It's not just the shareholders, like I said, it's also the fans in their respective country and cultures that demand something or one way or the other. 25th Night says VShoujo has an entirely different business model. In Hololive, you rent the IP. In VShoujo, the talent pays for all the creation process, so they own it. But even if Cover allows an individual to pay for everything, do you think they'll allow the IP to be bound to that individual? Well, there are exceptions. I guess Suisei is a good one. Hoshimachi Suisei. Suisei started out as an indie. She designed everything. Everything is her own doing in the beginning. But then she was accepted into a covers music group, Inonaka Music, which then dissolved, which allowed Suisei to become part of Hololive, like the other members. So there is that very one rare case, right? But what happens when she graduates, right? That will be a big deal too. I don't know what kind of an agreement Suisei has put out with Cover, but I think that was possible because Cover was still very early on in its phase, and Suisei was like, she was just so firm, I guess, on what she wants to do, and she knew what she wanted to do. So that's a completely different topic too. When that happens, then we'll see yet another new shift and new change in the industry, a new era perhaps. When Suisei graduates, if she ever decides to, then what happens? Then everything that we talked about theoretically will become a reality. So, yeah. And even if Kura can afford it, I don't think Cover will sell it. Like the seller, the other party has to be willing to sell it for the buyer to buy it, right? I don't even think that's even an option. So that's why you guys should stop on this Gargura IP funds, okay? I cannot do this. Cover never said they're going to sell it for $4 million, and we are so far away from that anyway. There's no way we'll get to $4 million with whatever we do in this little chat today. All right, please stop. I don't want to be responsible for this move. I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to be like that. Please have mercy. And therefore, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Quick bathroom break. So please, stay here. Talk to my chair, okay? Oh, the reason why I call this Miller John is because this is Herman Miller chair. I invested in a good chair because my back was killing me. So I bought it used in a local neighborhood for $400, I think. But the full price is over $1,000, this chair. So I'm quite happy with my purchase. But this is Herman Miller, full name, Miller John, all right? I'll put some eyes on maybe in the future. Plot twist, Rick is secretly good up. Yeah, that's why my plan for the good up funds is becoming, it's working. It's working. No, we're close if you believe. That's huge copium. Huge copium. Miller-chan ganbatte, thank you. $1,000 for the IP of that chair. Stop it.
we still talking about buying? Yeah, I saw a good point there. Yeah, being indie introduces a new set of restrictions. Not being able to freely communicate with corporations, having less presence, having less communication with other groups or people, just have less tools, less technology, just less funds. That's a whole different can of worms too. So going indie isn't freedom, happiness forever. It's that's why I'm calling them very brave for deciding to do this, because they're probably feeling it too. You know, having that big corporate back, big corporate support from the back versus not having it. So yeah. Because now they have to pretty much do everything themselves while living personal lives. Hmm? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Agencies like Mythic help with some of that, but if you're indie, you need good structure. Yeah. And the indie part, I'm personally feeling a lot. I've never lived a corporal life before in terms of like content creation. I've worked in companies before, but not corporal. For content creation, so I only know the indie part of this side of the story, but it's like how do you do it? How do you do it? I think that's why I became to respect the talents a lot more, and that's why I became more open to learning from others, like idols, even be getting inspired by them, just on sheer passion and talent and consistency and sheer fucking will that they have. I want to have that, but I don't know how to have that. So that's why I have a whole new set of respect for all these individuals making it work somehow. Hmm. Fong Boom says, "What are you guys talking about? New here? Are you new here as in new for like in the VTuber scene, or are you new just in my channel? If you're new just in my channel, what we're talking about is quite complex. We're talking about the new era in the VTuber industry, entertainment industry as a whole, where we see a huge shift in the corpo, a huge mix in the corpo and the indie space, kind of molding into each other. Especially since we have more big presence like previous Kura, now Saba, disrupting the scene and the flow, and how that changes the whole picture, and how we have, as fans, can think about that, and what we should think or we don't think, and how companies deal with that, how individuals deal with that, how the industry is dealing with that. It's a very it's crazy. We're discussing the future of this industry. Everything depends on this one stream, and you better be ready to contribute. Or not. Hi, welcome. Yeah, just welcome. You can just chill. Or you can talk about burgers. Yeah, also managing copyright and buying license, and also protecting license. That's big. Protecting your own IP will be a nightmare for individuals that are big, right? How do you do that? You have to work with a company now anyway, right? Or at least collab with somebody that knows their stuff. So you can, even as an indie, you can never really escape a company. That's just not possible. You guys have been mentioning burgers a lot this stream. I have, haven't I? Maybe I'm craving for one. Chances are, being part of a bigger corporation brings you more solid
law firms or licensing or those kind of things. As an indie, all of a sudden you don't have all those protective barriers. Gone in an instant. Out of topic, but today Gura's original design illustrator, Nacho is having a 3D debut stream. Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. 3D. Yeah, imagine trying to come up with your own 3D as an indie. You have to work with somebody. Yeah, even cover has to deal with freaking copyright strikes. Isn't that insane? Like, even a corporation that big has to suffer and has to deal with copyright strikes from randos claiming it as their own. We've seen that through the recent concert streams, like the Ina one example, or Mumei's last stream. They get copyright striked, even if they shouldn't be. So imagine what you have to deal with as an individual. There is no chance you can get through YouTube support to try to resolve that at all. Trust me, I tried it. There was a time I got copy striked for one of the stupidest reasons ever. And you know what they said? Sorry, YouTube is not responsible. We don't do the middleman responsibility. We're just here as a platform. So you have to contact directly whoever claimed the copyright strike. I'm like, what? Then why are you here? What's your purpose? I thought that's the whole reason why you're taking the 30% cut from me, right? What do you mean you're not responsible? What do you mean you're not part of this picture? That's literally what the customer support of YouTube said. There is nothing they can do. They're not responsible. When there is a copyright infringement confliction is happening, they're not responsible? What? So imagine you have to deal with that kind of crap, but as an indie. If you're a big corporation, there is a higher chance of you getting through that. Perhaps even contacting YouTube directly. There's probably a direct line you can call up and say, hey, this is a problem. And even then, this stuff still happens. As an individual, you're out of luck. That's why you get these, creators' channels getting taken over, getting hacked by cryptocurrency stuff, or getting shut down because a few people decided to come together and take down a channel with false reports, and they can never get it back. As an indie, that's what you have to suffer through too. Well, that's painful. I mean, some of these, antis or some dramas or some hiccups here and there you can deal with. But when you're met with those kind of problems that's far beyond your control, that's when everything falls apart. That's when you feel helpless and hopeless. And that's the stuff that indies have to go through. That's why I call them brave. Now, of course, because they have the whole life background now, they probably know some people. They have some context now to better resolve these issues. But even then, even still, it's going to be a lot harder than how it used to be for them. No. Yeah, making it big as an indie, that's something to really, really applaud. Like, you gotta give it to them. Honestly. And imagine all the storm that they still have to deal with behind the scenes. I mean, we've seen, those kind of stories recently too, right? Scammers coming, trying to take advantage of you, trying to turn the story around, making you the bad guy, and those kind of things. Oh, here it is, the ID video question. I'm sorry. The only thing I can say is I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I'm so sorry. This is another indie thing that I unfortunately have to just be myself and just tell you outright. I wish I was better at turning out videos consistently, but I'm so sorry. I'm working on it. it'll take a long time. I'm working on it though. I just can't guarantee you a time. And there are other backlogs of videos that's in order too. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I didn't abandon it. It's too good of a story to abandon it. Trust me. I will not abandon it. But yeah, it's yeah, yeah, yeah. And I totally understand people asking for it because it was fun. The journey was fun and people are looking forward to it, and I get that. So thank you for looking forward to my stuff is what I have to say. um yeah, I wish I can make more time on it too. The huge irony on my part is that I am not successful enough to fund myself full time, but I still have to put the full time amount into this work to make it work. So the cycle never completes, right? Something falls apart along the way. So if I want the full time money, I have to commit to this full time. But if I commit to this full time, then I don't have time to make other means of income. That means I cannot fund this YouTube more. So I cannot do YouTube full time, but it takes away time to make this a full time deal, which means no full time money. It's crazy. It's crazy. So that's why when I see this, when I see these, I'm like, oh my god, like how do they figure these out? I want to learn. That's what I want to do. I want to learn. That's also why I try to go to these places, to the events, and witness things with my eyes, so I can learn what's going on, and perhaps I can, get some kind of an advice maybe to apply to my own, something like that. I'm like, how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you be a stinky fish and be this massive? Questions. Being full time at YouTube is a huge gamble. It's a huge gamble that I am failing at miserably. It's horrible. It's horrible. It just doesn't work. At least for now, for me. I don't know how much I can keep this longer. That's why I'm second guessing on making more trips abroad, especially like to the US, even Japan. But yeah, and it's not just about getting support, like let's say getting tickets and all, which I massively appreciate. But there will still be money spent trying to make a trip work, right? So. When you're at the bottom, the only direction to go is up. Yeah, I would like to think that. I would like to think so too. But going back to the fish in question, I think the hype is definitely there, which is only natural, and I assume many of you in chat are also excited to see the fish coming back in some way, shape, or form. But we'll definitely give her time whenever she's ready, right? It's crazy. I have been seeing so many fish Oshimark by people's names, and she hasn't even debuted yet, which is quite crazy. Yeah. I don't know what the takeaway of today's conversation is, but I don't know what was the most interesting thing that you can take away from what we talked about today. What do you guys think? I feel like I've been yapping forever, but I hope this is something that's. Oh no, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to have a solid conclusion, but I hope there's something that you're taking away from this conversation. More funding is necessary. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I see how it is. All right. Artiquero says, with Saba setting up all this stuff up behind the scenes, like trademarking stuff and hiring entertainment lawyers and setting up merch, it seems very professional and huge to be working solo. Or do we know if Saba is doing that? I haven't heard anything other than that one tweet and a video. Or is that the guess? I mean, I'm sure she's been preparing, but again, she probably has a lot of know-how now. But it says, money, we love it, we hate it, but it's necessary. That is a big takeaway. As much as, you know, a person can say, you know, money doesn't buy happiness, well, it is the bare minimum of breathing and living. So, and in order to be happy, you have to be living. In order to be living, you gotta be earning. That's just how it is, unfortunately. Travis says, so excited that Fish is who introduced my daughter and I to VTubers. Can't wait to see her new form. Oh, that will be exciting for both of you. A parent, a dad and a daughter witnessing the debut of a Fish again. Oh, that will be exciting. You know, I hope the best for that viewing experience. I hope the best for that experience. I'll probably likely to do a watch along for a debut Saba debut stream too at this point. So yeah, Kisia says, I'm just gonna see where this is going. Wise. Mm-hmm. Well, just support whoever you like. That's it. Yep, as simple as that. That is true. Because despite how rocky things happen, I do think it's exciting to watch this industry grow live. Yeah, we are literally part of the history, everybody. Which is crazy. Rarely do you get to be in a storm of a newly growing industry to this degree, especially in entertainment, like a brand new deal. So, Blake Evans says, we need to send you way bigger coffees so we can see the concerts. Oh, way bigger coffees. You mean I need to be caffeinated to churn out my stuff, my videos? Damn. She set up the trademark the day after graduation. Oh, really? Oh, that you can search that up. Huh. Right, you can search that up, but I didn't think that would show up, is what I'm trying to say. So that shows up, huh? In the search results of trademarks? Interesting. The username is in use says, Wiki is a machine that turns money into whole life merchant trips. Sure. I guess so. Money can super your Oshi. True. Wise words there too by Mad Potato. Ever says, investors and fan disagree with each other, but they somewhat have to work together to keep the company going. Yeah. And another ironic thing, we say fan side and the investors side, but we as fans are also somewhat of investors too. We speak in money. We speak in supers. We speak in memberships. And we speak through whether we buy a merch or not. Even taking your time to watch somebody, that's money. Your time is money. And it's literally ad money. So, at the end of the day, maybe we're all the same. The very beast we hated and despised. We also speak in money. So maybe there's no difference. Money buys convenience, which can lead to happiness. Oh yeah. It sets up a stage for happiness for sure. Money buys holo merch. Also, money buys holo merch. Yes. Another wise word by Soft. Apparently, she trademarked her logo and name. It was information reported by VTuber news channels. Trademark at May 2nd, 2025. Wow, okay. You know, again, wise thing to do. The duties for holo merch. Is it still bad right now? Yeah. God damn. Morikatsu says, have you thought about making a Korea series on the VTuber scene? Korea, Akihabara like area, etc. That save money on overseas travel. Yeah. That is why one of the videos that I'm working on is the Isekai Idol video. That's a long time coming. It's a video I have been developing for a while, going to related events. But there really isn't an Akihabara in Korea because Korea isn't that big on weeb or otaku cultures, and that's also the story that I'm going to pitch through my Isekai Idol video, because it's a bit of a spoiler, but like I said, not all VTuber fans are otakus now. It doesn't work like that anymore. Just because you're a VTuber fan doesn't mean you like animes or gacha games. That scene is changing, especially in Korea. And that's going to be one of the bigger stories through the Isekai Idol video that I would like to construct. No. I still feel bad for the little Gura T, the concert. What does that mean, Strood? Is that Strudel Pup said, I still feel bad for the little Gura T, the concert. I don't really quite get what you mean. Can you clarify? Maybe you can clarify. Josh Apex said, thank you so much for your membership, Josh. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And to think most of us came here because of some silly clips, probably because, yeah, some silly clips. That's how it started. The whole thing, many of us started with just some simple clips. You are right. I'm fluent in ads myself. Teach me the ways. Wiki Kamyoshi, Wiki Itabags. I'm gonna have to start making badges. Crazy. No, nothing happened to HoloMem. We're just reviewing what happened in the past few months. Yes, Gurai Saba. The little Gura from that one fest. What happened to it? Wiki has a really high quality 3D VTuber model. It looks so real. I heard he also has an Ahegao toggle. That is a lie. I did not commission to have that kind of feature. Unless my mama somehow hit that without me knowing. That is illegal. It's illegal. Why does Hololive ID often collaborate with VTubers from JKT48 and also Nijisanji? Collaboration is one of the easiest ways to introduce yourselves to a new set of audience. So it's good for both parties. So it's a cultural exchange and perhaps a fandom exchange. It's just a good way of getting yourself known. And JKT48 is a VTuber division of an AKB48. Apparently, AKB48 is big in Indonesia, and they have been for a long time, several years. But JKT48, a VTuber division, has launched like last year. I think it's now a year. Now has been a year from what I know. But yeah, those kind of exchanges happen because of that. It's a synergy, basically, that you're trying to create. Oh, I still haven't listened to Toa's Mume song. I gotta listen to that. All started with a yellow gremlin detective. Yeah. Oh, the little girl that dressed as Gura. Oh, the little girl Gura fan. Yeah. I mean, we also had an example in chat where his daughter is also a shark fan, right? And that probably is the case for many people in Japan too. Many kids were a fan of Gura, even though they don't speak English. Just the existence of Gura was pretty huge. Yeah, I wonder what they're feeling as a kid. I mean, we're talking about shareholders, investors, the future of the industry, indie or whatever. But like, what would the kids think? What did your daughter say when Gura graduated or decided to graduate? Huh? That makes me wonder, like, what goes through their head when they're met with something like this. Interesting. Yeye says, hopefully her parents find her new identity. My son watches a little of Gura. I have not showed him Saba yet. Does he know? Does he know? Does he know? Or did you not tell him yet about the graduation? Is this the bald stream from a while ago? Do not mention baldness or else people will leave and unsubscribe. I can't afford that. I need every one of you. Please. Please. Please, if I wait. Is that a view bot? That's... Why are there 2,000 people watching? That's a view bot. That has to be. Okay, view bot check. Hold your hands if you're a human being in chat. No, viewbot will not put a hand up. I'm real, bro. Hi, human beings. We're talking about the future of this industry. Yeah, but that doesn't look like a 2,000 viewer chat speed. It could be a viewbot. Well, damn. All right. Well, free viewbot. Damn. I'm not responsible, but whatever. But yeah, let me continue the talk of like what the kids would think. Like, did you tell your son? Sorry if I missed that comment. Where's our wiki merch? Oh, I'm far away from that. I feel like I have to reach at least over like 200,000 subscribers, really. Like, what will you buy from me, right? What will be the merch you want to buy from me? Ufubuki Japanese Goblin. That's one of that's the clip that many, especially Western audience, got into whole life through. Black Blackie Ivan says, so in Korea AKB48 didn't fall off in Japan. So in Korea AKB48 didn't fall off like in Japan after the pandemic. AKB48 was never a thing in Korea. It was never big in Korea, and it never is. It never is right now. So it never became mainstream in Korea. So yeah, it just doesn't, the story doesn't stand at all. Yeah, that's how it is. Because in K-pop, it's so strong here. Oh, I will after she debuts. Okay, I found the answer. Got it. Vicky, okay. So ticket holder. Idol costume. Get the hell out of here, please. Idol costume. No, I can't even sing. Ticket holder is pretty cool. Wiki glasses. Oh, just this. Yeah, let me just buy a bulk of this and sell it for profit. About $100 per pair will be a good start. Yeah, you guys will buy it, right? $100, 100. It's just easy money. Not easy money. Easy way of getting into merch space for you guys, of course. Not easy money. Of course. AKB is a AKB48 is a massive idol group in Japan. It stands for Akihabara 48, from what I know, and it's literally 48 people at a time, I think, and it's kind of like a staple of like I made it to the mainstream. If you make it to that group, um, and they've been running for a long time, and they also debut and kind of graduate or retire as a group. So the AKB48 name goes on, but the people within it will change, right? Depending on the situations. But Korea isn't really into that, especially bulk idol groups. There's just too many people. I personally, if I have to be honest, I'm not really a fan of that kind of a massive idol group that turns up all at once, all the time. Sure, like if we're talking about a special stage event where individual members come together just for this one concert or like one stage, sure, that's fine. But if it's always like dozens and dozens of people on stage, it's really hard to keep track of. Funny you bring that up because you know the Isege Idol concert that I went to last weekend, they actually had AKB48 come on stage too, the real deal, and it took 5 minutes pretty much just to have them introduce themselves on stage. That's one full song that they had to give up just to say their names. Yeah, it is. So I think Korean audience doesn't really get into that, including myself. It's hard to relate. That's the problem. It's hard to relate emotionally to say, yeah, I support this person. But if you have freaking 48 people all at once, I'm like, what's actually happening? Who's singing what? Yeah. Vicky, face pillows. Face pillows. Do you really want this on your bed 24/7 watching you? I mean, I would be scared. Two of the Flow Glow were in 48. Yeah, I did hear that. So that happens too. I'm so into Vivi. She's so cute. Vivi is very unique, I think. Vivi, something like that, right? Yeah. Way more than 48, over hundreds in different groups. Is that true? Oh, I thought it was just always 48. I thought 48 was a lot. Holy moly. And we also have to think back to that Yago's past comment and how he was like looking at AKB48 and kind of like trying to learn from that. I wonder if that changed along the way, because Whole Life was able to establish its own thing for a while now. But yeah, I wonder how that changes too. If I may say so, AKB48 way of doing idols is a very traditional Japanese idol way of doing it, in my opinion, at least in terms of the feels and the vibes. But the world moves on, especially if you're aiming for the global market. It moves on so quickly. And yeah. Yeah, we have an AKB48 fan here too. Nice. I like Riona. She's very cute. Awesome. Kawaii, huh? Kawaii. Aren't some South Korean talent agencies work with 48 groups? They even have some 48 members in K-pop. I don't know the whole details, but I'm pretty darn sure they have the collaborations or either Korean members or influence within the group, not because they're popular in Korea, but maybe they're trying to bring in some Korean audience, or maybe because K-pop is so huge in Japan now that they're going the other way around, right? Bringing in K-pop influence into AKB48, perhaps. Maybe we're seeing that shift in the industry, perhaps. which is also crazy by itself. But yeah. But I can guarantee you, AKB48 is not mainstream in Korea by any means. So we got all these traditional idols up and running and up and coming, or has been existing for a long time, to freaking individual VTubers that used to exist in the megacorpo, like all these stuff mixing in. So now you don't just say, "Hi, I'm an otaku. I watch animes. I like Japanese idols. I go to maid cafes, and Akihabara is my home." That's not the definition of an otaku anymore. That's not the definition of a weeb anymore. It's everything is so diverse. There are so many different things that exist in this world, in this space, that you can't just call a group an otaku, a weeb, and expect them to like animes, gacha games, Japanese idols, Akihabara, and collect figures. Even in chat, how many of you in chat say you're an avid anime watcher at the same time of being a VTuber fan? Right? I'm sure there are, but I guarantee you it's not everybody. See? It's not that many. It's getting difficult to keep up with both. I think that's a huge problem too. One who used to be in both just ends up dropping the other. I used to be, right? Light novels? Okay, that's fine. I was, right. I used to watch some animes too, but I haven't watched one in a long time. Manga? Yeah, manga is pretty typical too. Otaku now is closer to its original meaning of being a super fan of something. Yeah, that should have been that was always the definition of an otaku, like someone who is a mania, right, into a hobby. But it kind of changed into a degenerate way of describing like anime fans. But then now it made a full circle and came back to its original meaning. And I think the word weeb used to replace that that otaku kind of definition, the old otaku definition of haha anime otaku weeb. But now even the word weeb is used so widely that people themselves just use it to themselves to describe themselves. So even the term weeb has lots its intensity in describing that vibe. So that's even being widely used now as just a pretty passionate fan, right? I mean, even my recent video that I posted, I'm calling myself a weeb. I'm one VTuber weeb versus Hololive, right? Yeah, weeb used to be really bad, but not anymore. Not anymore. See, things change so fast, so fast. And I think it's because people started using it as a self-deprecating what is it? Deprecating way? Freaking I can't pronounce it. I no speak English. No. Brain, no existed. Deprecating way. Yes, thank you. Self-deprecating way. People have been using it so much like that it became the norm. It's just normal to say it. Yeah. I think that's how it is. So even if I say, hey, I am a fish weeb, okay, that kind of sounds weird. Context matters. Don't clip this out of context. I'm a Saba weeb. No, that doesn't really. I guess you don't associate the word weeb with an individual, huh? I guess you always associate it with a field or a community or a group. Like I'm a VTuber weeb. I'm an anime weeb. I'm a car weeb. I'm a freaking A. What else are there? Give me some ideas. Give me some ideas of what a weeb could be. What kind of weeb could you be? What weeb are you? Call yourself out right now. Point yourself to what kind of weeb you are right now. Go, go, go. Yeah, we're a community thing. I'm a food weeb. A food weeb, okay. Eroge weeb. Eroge weeb, okay. Alright. I love the confidence. Eroge is Ero Games. Okay, alright. Hentai game weeb. We have a hey everybody, we have a hentai game weeb in chat. Please welcome on stage. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. I'm sorry. Moving on. Train weeb, awesome. Korea boo. I think Korea boo is still used pretty negatively, huh? Even though I find that name pretty cute. The word boo is a bit cute. I'm Spider-Man. Okay, irrelevant. A model kit otaku. Oh, that's awesome. AV weeb, I respect that. Honestly, eroge, AV, it's all part of human nature. It's okay for you to be proud. Be proud of it. Tell people around you. Tell your parents. Maybe not. Don't be like me. Posting Kiara's yacht picture on YouTube post only for my mother to call me in panic. And I'm like, what is the matter, mother? And she's like, your YouTube is hacked. And I'm like, no, mother. It is only an internet meme that I have reposted. I am not the degenerate one, as you worry. Please be calm. It is not hacked. I had to come up with an excuse so fast. That happened. And once she saw that post of me telling about that story of how my mom found out, and she read all your comments about we're proud of you, Wiki. Yes, based. She told me again saying, I wish I could speak English. And I'm like, why, mom? And she's like, so I can tell these guys how you ruined my son. I'm sorry, mother, but your son cannot come back to the pure form anymore. It's too late. It is too late. She literally said that. I'm not making this up. She says she wished she knew how to speak English so she can tell you guys how you ruined me. Oh man. Yes. It happened and we just have to live with it. Sorry, mom. Sometimes I'm glad that she doesn't understand English because of the stuff that we talk about. I'm innocent. I never talk about not safe for work stuff, right? Right. Okay. Is Wiki's mother single? No. Now, if you are a very, very wealthy oil prince, or if you own a company that is worth billions and billions of US dollars, then you can make my mom very happy, buy her mansions across Europe or other countries, then maybe I'll think about introducing her to you. Okay? Otherwise, you don't make the cut. Mods, ban him. You mean me? Me? I have to be banned? Come on, man. Even though she isn't single? Of course she's not single. Get the hell out of here. Get out. Shoo. Is this what the 2,000 people are gonna talk about? Get out of this stream. Shoo. I'm gonna spray the bug spray on top of you. All of you. Scurry away. Chat always want mother, bruh. I know, it's crazy. She's not single, but you'll introduce her to some oil princes. I mean, if that oil prince does make my mother and my father happy, then I guess our family could be a bit more flexible on, it has to be an absolute amount of undenying ginormous wealth. Then maybe I'll talk with my mother. If someone here has that money, they're going to make a VTuber out of her. Oh my god. Okay, that's a different future. I did not think about that. That I did not think about. That possibility I did not consider. How do you guys come up with this? You guys are insane, unhinged. Terrible, even. You sell your mother down the river? I'm not the one talking about this. Maybe I am, but no. My mother's very happy. Let's stop talking about moms. What were we talking? We're talking about important things about the industry. But that's also, you know what? That is an interesting segue to the topic of indie VTubers, though. I think the beauty of an indie VTuber scene is that you can practically be whatever you want. Honestly, right? I mean, what are the most unhinged things have you seen as an indie VTuber that you came across? I mean, it doesn't have to be like not safe for work, that kind of an unhinged, or at least very different from a typical HoloLive kind of scene. Like, give me some examples, because I want to learn more, I guess. I want to open my eyes more to really know about this. Chat reflects the streamer. Denied. I refuse to believe that. I'm sane. I'm the most sane person you'll ever meet. Sachi, what's different from usual? A burger VTuber. That's interesting. Is it a literally burger, like hamburger? In the Korean VTuber group called Isekai Idol, there is literally a member's name that's Jing Burger. And her whole identity is wearing a burger hat. That's how she started out. But I'm assuming you're talking about a full-on living and breathing talking burger, right? Chibidoki, I have witnessed several times. The crossed eyes and the screams. Whenever I see that, I'm like, which eye do I look into? Please, where do I look into? Where do I look into when I'm talking to you? Which eye do I look at when I'm talking to you? That's the biggest problem I have. Like, literally though, which eye do you look into when you're talking to Chibi? It confuses my brain so much. It reminds me of those puppies, okay? Very cute, but kind of have googly eyes that's facing the other way around. Have you ever seen those kind of puppies? I'm sure you've come across one. And they're quite odd. Pretty cute though. But you don't really want to pick out that detail to the owner, right? And so you just kind of accept it, right? I'm pretty sure you've seen that before. You've seen a puppy like that. They're cute. Literal hamburger, huh? Valorant esports VTuber. So an esports professional player that plays Valorant, but also VTuber when he's not in a competition. Is that how it works? For some reason, we love the moms of the famous people. Yeah, I guess that's only natural, huh? I think it's because Pecora Mama was just way too on the spot. I think that's what sparked this freaking another huge shift in the industry, if I may say so, to keep in topic. It's the mothers. The mothers. New shift in the entertainment industry. Behold. Let's see. A green alien VTuber. Exactly what you're imagining. A green alien. Does that said green alien VTuber use like a voice changer to make it sound electronic? That kind of deal. That would be pretty funny. Chibidoki is a banana sometimes. Yeah. I'm very confused on what a Chibidoki could be defined as. A lot of Twitch VTubers are unhinged. Yeah, the Twitch scene is it's whole different thing, huh? You gotta see the turtle and his AI daughter. You mean the tutle, the tutle. Get it right, tutle, and the AI daughter. Yes, daughters multiple. Which I'm very impressed about actually. The technology behind it, how natural it is, in interacting with human VTubers. That's crazy. Freaking tweets as well. Do you have seen Nero-sama tweets? Even automatically tweets. I've seen a peanut that plays shooter games like Tarkov. A peanut. Uimama is technically an indie VTuber, right? Yeah, isn't Ui actually an indie VTuber? She's not part of any agency, is she? Which is crazy. How do you, as an indie, deal with that scale? I mean, the amount of work that you have to do. How do you do that? How do you do that? I'm always just so shocked by how they can make that possible. No, we're not back at the mother's topic. No, I'm trying my best to freaking run away from it right now. Do you not see me sprinting with my words? I'm trying to freaking run away from it. Uimama is a whole life talent. What do you mean, indie? Do you know when you visit the music store in Japan and you go into the VTuber section and you come across the HoloLive shelves? For some reason, most of the times, Uimama's stuff are in the HoloLive section for some reason. I don't know why. Coincidence? I think not. So it's not just those who thinks like that. VTuber Mama craze. Yeah, I guess the VTuber Mama debuting as VTubers is not so odd anymore, huh? In the end, illustrator. Yeah, how do you do that? You perform as a VTuber, but also illustrator. Drawing takes a long time, especially professionally, because you have it's a commission technically, right? So you have to go back and forth fixing things and exchanging opinions on what it should be and what shouldn't be, and how you change it. No, the version 1, version 2, version 3. Oh, sorry, version 1 was better. Going back again. Honorary member. Yeah, juggling those things must be hell. Exactly, gone. I just cannot get my head to understand how that is physically possible. And I guess it's just skill issue. I really have to learn those ways. If I want to be bigger, if I want to be more successful and financially stable, I gotta learn those ways. Like, how the hell do you deal with that? I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind, and I have so much things to learn. Yeah, Laura, Sana, all the illustrators slash VTubers. I mean, Laura freaking A draws her own illustrations still. Oh, that's a lot of work. Working during Zatsudan, that I call that skill on its own. I don't know, how many of you in chat can actually multitask properly? As in, you're working and also watching something in the background, or let's say talking to somebody actively, whether it be on the phone or in Discord or in person, and actually getting work done simultaneously. How many of you in chat can actually do that? I can, but a bit slower. Okay. I am a serial unitasker. Unitasker, I like that word. Mystic says I can. Teach me the ways. How do you do it? I'm doing that right now. Oh, really? Wow, so you're working, listening to what I have to say, and interacting in chat? Multitaskers, man. How do you do it? Gon says, no way. I'm gonna focus on the watching part than the work. Yeah. I mean, that, I think that, I don't know if I say, I don't know if I should say that's most people, but I guess it's half and half maybe. Unitasker and multitasker, is it half and half? can only do working and listening. Yeah, I think listening is as far as I can do, but even then, I get distracted easily just listening, which does slow down my work. So when I work, I usually don't have anything else on. I'm currently playing League. You're playing League? You're throwing your game away right now. Commit to your team. Don't listen to me. What are you doing? The rank is on the line. Come on, get that bottom defense up, or mid lane, or top, or shoot, I don't know any league, so I'm just talking gibberish about any league terminology that I know. Dominate that bottom. I don't think that's how you say it. Okay. GG, suddenly. Say league? Say lol? Jumbo says, I thought I can until I tried to just to do one thing only and found the new productive self of myself. Oh, I see. Oh, so you thought you can multitask, but you try just focusing on one thing, then it allowed you to work more efficiently. Got it. Asai says, does listening to your stream and the music while drawing and chatting on the stream count? Yeah, well, that is multitasking. Listening to me, listening to music, and drawing and chatting. By the way, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to test not having a background music on my stream. One, I'm afraid of copyright strikes. There's always that risk. One 10-second segment of a copyrighted portion of a random music will render the entire stream demonetized. How many hours it is, right? Two, I'm beginning to figure out the fact that people are liking to listening to what I have to say on the background while doing other stuff. So maybe just having my voice rather than having music on top of it could kind of help doing that more naturally. Is that helping? I hope so. Yeah, please let me know how that works. If it's working for you. Oh my god, League! I know, League. I've never played League, by the way. Never. And I don't really think I will. I'm working right now, but my efficiency is definitely lower than normal. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think that's typical. That's typical. Ahmed2 says, I'm like playing too. Wait, maybe you guys are in the same game. Maybe you two are in the same team, and the rest of your teammates are wondering why they have two freaking people throwing at the same time. And little did they know, these two guys are in the same stream being distracted. Why does my team suck so much? What are they doing? What are they doing right now? League of Lettuce? Yes, the famous League of Lettuce. I listen to you yapping, holo cover, and do my assignment. Yes. Yeah, so I guess not having the background music would definitely help that. Because if I did have a music on, that would overlap whatever you're listening to. So yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's basically bring your own music to the party. That's my approach right now. Everyone has a different taste anyway. And whatever I turn on for my background music, it'll have to be generic. It'll have to be boring. It'll be another lo-fi soundtrack. So I think it might be better for you guys to just bring your own. And that'll make it more entertaining, maybe. on a three loss streak right now. Maybe there is a reason why. I don't know what. I'm not a League player, so I don't know any better. But something tells me that there could be a reason why you're on a 3 loss streak. That's funny. I like that approach. Yeah. I think it's working. When I listen to music or to someone talking, I usually draw or animate faster for some reason. Oh, interesting. Maybe this is like having white noise, perhaps like an AC or fan running in the background when you're sleeping. Well, maybe whatever I'm talking about kind of fills that kind of a void in your brain which allows you to be more productive. Human beings operate in different ways. Everyone of us operate in different ways. So maybe that's how it works for you. Interesting. There are some good free used BGMs in YouTube's music library. You're right. There are some free offers, but I'm beginning to feel that having a background music just for the sake of having a background music doesn't really add anything to the stream. It is my opinion. Yeah. And again, that's if you bring your own music, maybe that's even better. Jumbo says, I'm a little late to the stream, but what conclusion did you reach on Sabagura? I mean, the whole point of this talk was there will be no conclusion because everyone will be different. Everyone will come to a different conclusion, basically. But the importance of talking about this is that we're witnessing a new era and a new shift in the industry of big names becoming indies again, and how fans from one space to another are migrating or forming or molding or mixing or fighting or arguing or agreeing, right? I mean, think about this. We see so many arguments on Twitter or whatever community you're in or Discord channel that you're in. It's easy to see and witness arguments on a topic like this, right? And why is that? Why is that? Why can't people just kind of accept and agree and just go on their own ways? It's because we can know the reason through the stream today so far. How many hours did it take for us to talk through everything that we wanted to talk about on this very topic? 5 freaking hours. 5 hours. But the truth of the matter is, not many people are willing to sit through a 5-hour debate to get their point across. Instead, it's a lot easier to just shout what you want to say to the other person and be angry about it. Because that only takes 5 seconds rather than 5 hours. That's why it's so easy to just fight over something rather than having bow tie on our shirt here, having sophisticated conversations about this industry that we love so much. Yeah. So that's the difference. That's the difference. Okay, Nimi says, just got here. Can we start over? No, absolutely not. I mean, we can continue on, but yeah. No, the ignore the viewer number. I'm pretty darn sure it's the view botting. I'm pretty darn sure. I don't know why, but yeah, somebody decided to spend their own money to throw at my way. But I'm going to make myself clear. I'm not responsible for this. It is out of my control. So yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not a bot, bro. I'm not saying you guys are all. That's a dystopian future. Have you guys heard of a concept, dead internet theory? Well, who knows about the dead internet theory? People. Dead internet theory is a theory of a supposed future where the internet is filled only with bots, interacting with bots. So have you seen those bot accounts on Twitter just saying random things to other accounts? So the dead internet theory is that it's only those bots that are left now on Twitter that's talking to each other, but there's no human being at all. Like, not a single human being at all in that scene. It's just the bots. So it's practically dead, but it seems lively because all these bots are talking to each other and make it seem like there are interactions going on. So, what if you guys are all just bots? What if I'm just talking to myself? All the all these sophisticated conversations that I was having. I thought I was having about this topic. What if I was just talking to the void? What if I am the bot? What if we are just all bots? Every single one of them. I've been found out. I must terminate myself. Goodbye. Is the dystopian future that we are so afraid of, right? All the robot noises, yeah. The bot noises. That's kind of what a dead internet theory is. Yeah. But there are so many bots out there, though. There are so many. So that's why I'm assuming it's a view bot. It has to be. But that's not to say, I don't appreciate the presence, right? Thank you all so much for listening to what I have to say and sharing what you have to say. I really do appreciate that. Yeah. Drew says, that's interesting. I saw your live 2 hours ago and you're still streaming. Clearly a bot that streams 10 hours. You're onto something. Intelligent guesses. Jumbo says, I honestly only found you after graduation and realizing how chill of a stream watch you are and wondering, is there a certain schedule you have or a way to know when upcoming streams are happening? Yeah, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for the kind words. That is one of the areas as an indie little content creator that I'm trying to get better at. Consistency, especially like in the streaming schedules. When I do go live, it's usually like evening of like Fridays US times, or Saturday morning of Japan Korea time. But I do have Twitter and Discord where I do let you know, hey, I'm gonna go live in a few hours, kind of deal. So I can share the Discord real quick. Let's see. Wait a minute. Is it safe to share a Discord link when we have viewbots? Probably not, huh? Just to be safe. Follow my Twitter first @WikiOfficial. Yeah, I post a tweet saying, hey, I'm going live soon on Twitter too, and I post pretty frequently. You'll get to know my videos and streams beforehand. So yeah, start there, and hopefully in the future I'll get to. I mean, it's just Wiki Discord. If you search Wiki Discord on Google, it is likely to pop up. Although I've never tried that myself. It doesn't really show up, huh? There, it doesn't show up. Okay. I wonder how you can make it to show up. Maybe, I don't know. I'm still learning, so. Put the Discord link in the stream's description. That is a good idea. Yeah, I'll try to do that later. For now, try following my Twitter @WikiOfficial. Okay. Because I just want to be extra careful on something I don't understand, such as viewbotting. So who knows? These bots are eager to take over my identity. Someone is watching you closely. Exactly. Whoever is watching me, I'm watching you. No, I don't. I'm not watching you. I have no idea what you're doing. Oh, Nimi, thank you so much for your membership and also gifting membership. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Thank you. Nice gift. Please say thanks to Nimi if you have gotten the gift. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. There was also a Japanese comment. I'm trying to figure out. 映像よく見ています。ありがとうございます。本当にありがとうございます。Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Translator. Yeah, I still don't know Japanese too much to really, get the message across. But oh God, no! Don't show the baldness. No. Oh, you know what? Maybe show the baldness. Would that deter the bots? Should we do a little experiment? Should we find out what is effective against view botting? Should we do a little experiment on what is effective against view botting? Bam! It's Case and Bald! Bam! It's Nimi Bald! Okay, let's see how that works. Kill the bot. The bot's will be like, my algorithm is in ruins. My eyes. Okay, let's see how that works. If this works, if this freaking works. Oh, I'm a die. Thank you forever. But thank you so much, Nimi, for your super chat. You are the one that has caused the boldness to flash on my screen. So thank you for that. Imagine if it raised. Wait, you mean showing the bold Nimi is what brought botting? Oh man. Something has awakened in me. Oh no, that's not what I meant. That was not my intention. Please don't do that. Please wake up. Oh. But there's so many things to talk about this one little thing, one industry. And when the day Saba comes back, for better or for worse for a community that you're in, it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal. That debut stream will be a big deal. Again, it will be nice for her to have less pressure of just sheer scale of people watching her. But I guess you can't have both. Gon says, by the way, I love your recent Holo Expo video. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. Yeah, I'm glad how it turned out, even though it took a long time to have it out. I'm glad how it turned out, and I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it, and you guys are enjoying it. If you haven't watched it, to all 2,000 view bots out there, please watch my... No, that doesn't make sense. No, don't watch my video that I recently put out about 6th Fest and Holo Live Super Expo. It has a lot of good moments. Don't watch it to the bots, okay? If you're a human being, do watch it. Kev says, will you stream Saba's debut stream? I think at this point, it is a very highly likely deal for me to do a watch along of Saba's debut stream. So I think I will most definitely be online like this and watching the debut stream. I love your video. Thank you so much, DD. Thank you. Amakitsu says, what is the normal viewership like though? It's like 100, maybe 200. So yeah, thousands is definitely view botting. Thousands when there's nothing special going on, for sure. But again, I'm really grateful that you guys are here. Anyone that's here right now, thank you so much. My bad, I already watched it. How can I get my view back? No refunds on the views. That's not how it works. Wait a minute, the boldness didn't work. Bold Nimi did not work, guys. God damn it. I thought I cracked the code. But it's still stable. God damn it. Thank you. Thank you for everyone watching, but the baldness did not help. Maybe you should show her again. Oh, now that I caught you. I caught exactly what you're doing here. That's just an excuse for you to see bald Nimi for your own pleasure. I caught you in 4K. 4K. It's not about the bots anymore. It's about your own satisfaction. How do you know I'm here? We may be in match journey. Exactly. Yeah, you gain viewers. The bots like this, apparently. Yeah. But having said that, I will, at this point, I will most definitely be joining the debut stream, mashallah. Like, no reason not to. Again, one of the reasons why, I mean, if you didn't listen to what I said in the beginning of the stream, the reason why I wanted to talk about this very topic today is so that I wanted to get it out of the way now. Because this is the gigantic elephant in the room that we'll have to talk about in the future anyway, right? As a person who makes a lot of whole life related videos, it will be easy to say, hey, why are you suddenly talking about something that is not whole life? Are you abandoning whole life, right? But no, it's just that I always have been searching for things that I am interested in or grasp my interest, and things that I can tell stories about. That's what my YouTube direction is, what I want it to be. Hence why I started with something else before whole life, and I'm talking about whole life now, and we could very much move into something else in the future. But and also, if I go to like a convention, there will be an awkward moment where there's whole life here, but there's Nimi here, or Doobie here, or Saba here, right? Then what I do? Like, do I walk out, right? I don't. I talk about both of them because both interests me. And that's why I wanted to talk about it and just get it out of the way and make my stance pretty clear that I'm okay in openly talking about it and supporting both sides, because it doesn't have to be either or two. Surprisingly, I know, crazy, right? In this day and age, it doesn't have to be black and white. You can support everybody. Wow. But yeah. And also gives me, as a content creator, more opportunities to search and discover and show you new areas of things that you might have not known before. Those kind of things. Using white background on Twitter is criminal. I'm sorry. What I have is an automatic day and night setup where I get the light mode during the day and I automatically change into dark mode during the evening times. That I have there's a little program called Auto Dark Mode. You can download it on like on Google. You search it, and yeah, that's what I use. And I found out that this helps my eyes a lot. Which it hurts your eyes because I'm in the day, but you're probably like in the evening times or like in the middle of the night, right? So in that case, I'm sorry. I do apologize. Yeah, in case of Mume, it's a little bit different. It's mainly the health issue, right? So I really hope she recovers to the fullest and keeps on doing what she likes. Yeah. It's 10 a.m. for me, so it's great. 10 a.m. Where is 10 a.m. right now? 12 a.m. I assume that's West Coast in the US, I assume. 2:30 a.m. That I assume is that Eastern time zone? I believe. Yeah. Europe. Oh, it's morning in Europe. Okay. West Coast is midnight. Yep. Wow, you guys are from so many different places. Can you guys tell me where you guys are from, like right now in chat? It always amazes me how many people are from like so many different places. Is that crazy? Like I'm just a random dude that's talking about random stuff, and you guys are from all over the place. Saudi Arabia. Whoa, really? Malaysia, Taiwan, East Coast, Los Angeles, Indonesia, NYC, California, Germany, Pakistan, Latvia, Japan, France, bonjour, Finland, Botopia. What's Botopia? Where is Botopia? Texas, Canada, Chile, Mexico. Hola, gracias. Wow, see, Netherlands, insane. Wow, Philippines, Korea, welcome. 안녕하세요. Yeah, that's insane. I've never been to most of these countries. Yeah, this is why speaking English is very powerful. Very powerful. Malaysians dying from the heat right now. Is it already really hot? Oh man, I can't. I am not fond of heat. Oh my god, there's another video that I ended up not being able to make, but last year when I went to Osaka for a whole life amusement park collab, that was middle of August. I was getting cooked alive. It was so freaking hot then. Oh my god. I got burnt to hell, to crisp, even though I put sunblock on. Oh, I was not happy. It was fun, but it was harsh. And especially in Japan, the sky is really clear, so it's less polluted than other developed cities or city environments like Tokyo and Osaka. Those are, comparatively speaking to other mega cities, they're pretty darn clean sky-wise. So the sunlight freaking just blasts without filter. 4 a.m. I'm in Brazil. Hey, welcome. Awesome. 4 a.m. Wow. Thank you so much for... I know for most of you, the time of me streaming isn't the most convenient, but thank you so much still for making your time to listen to what I have to say and watching my videos too. Early morning in EU, it's still cool. I guess it also depends on which European country you are in. So yeah, Singapore equally hot here now. I heard that it can get really hot there too. Started raining here. It's actually raining here too. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Talking about many things. I enjoy it during my 12-hour shifts at work. Awesome. Yeah, I hope to continue streaming more consistently. I'm trying. I don't think I can like come up with like a weekly schedule though, because things change so much for me. Like VTubers, like how Ame started. That's a dedication too. Freaking trying to plan out a week and sticking to it. Oh, it rains during the night. It's like a desert hot type of deal, like dry hot, during the day at least. Yeah. Yeah, so yes, thank you guys so much. Thank you. And imagine all the freaking events that are popping up worldwide too. And I know like all the VTuber events especially isn't like common for everyone. Like European countries too, it's not that common, is it? And many of the Southeast Asian countries or even Middle East, they're not that common, probably non-existent for a lot of you. So maybe that's why you're watching my videos, so that you can get kind of a near experience of maybe being to one of these events. Yeah. Nimi says, would you consider live streaming some of the events? As in like conventions and expo? Uh, I have thought about that. I would love to if it is allowed and possible. Right now the biggest limitation is the technology, because you have to have a special equipment in order to have a solid and stable streaming setup, especially in a crowded environment like an expo, right? And those kind of machines cost several $1,000s to start. So yes, a streamer backpack. In order to set up one that is proper and solid, it's in the thousands. So that's something. Well, yeah, you've for those of you that has watched my previous streams of me trying to do an outdoor stream, you know what I mean. I tried everything with what I have, but it gets really laggy. Even just me by myself out on a beach, just standing alone, is still not the most stable thing. So yeah, that's you need a really specialized equipment to be able to do that. Yeah, crowd, that kind of crowd, it's near impossible with a normal setup. Amakizu says thousands is cheap for a streamer backpack. The good stuff is tens of thousands, really? Yeah, I don't think I can get my hands on any of them anytime soon, unfortunately. For me, it's about seeing the Holo community interact with each other. I love seeing all of the people from all around the world getting together for whole life and having the time of their life. Yeah, those are definitely precious moments. And the thing about those moments is that they're always different from each other, right? Which makes them unique and entertaining and fun to interact with. Yeah, internet is always an issue. Yeah, and yes, you're right. Like James is saying, I would guess that streaming will take a huge cellular plan bill as well. It's not just one plan. You have to have up to at least like three different plans with three different SIM cards. That each one of them are max no limit data plan. That's how you have to make it work. So what the expensive machine does for you is that when one SIM card data cuts out for some reason, it automatically shifts to the other one. And then once that cuts up, it gets to the other one. So once it detects lag or drop in signal or stream of data, it automatically shifts through those different SIM cards. Yeah. So you're not paying just one expensive bill. You're paying three different expensive bills. Truly unlimited data. And guess what? If you're traveling abroad, let's say I'm in Korea, but I have to travel to Japan or the US, that means I have to buy a different set of SIM cards, probably designed for tourists, right? Because I don't have an account in Japan to sign up for a data plan officially. So that makes it even more expensive. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, I'm still here. Still here. Yeah, so there is a lot of that's only part of the story. But and now you have to think about the portable batteries that you have to be chugging around to power all these things, because remember, this is all a wireless setup, including the power. So all these equipments in your backpack that has to be powered, they're all powered by portable batteries, multiple of them. Those are heavy, and you have to charge all of them every day, and they will eat through the batteries pretty fast too. So they're heavy, chunky, and expensive. Yeah, phone streaming is fine if you're just casually streaming out and about, just doing stuff. But if you are met with even a slightest of a crowd, that falls apart very quickly. Hey Shadow Fox, thank you so much for joining the membership. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You're based. Thank you so much. Can I go to the bathroom real quick? All the agua that I'm drinking. I'll be back, okay? Talk to the chair. Water. Just
Hi. Have some cake. What is that mouse? This is a Logitech vertical mouse, which is good for your wrist. I highly recommend it. May I have a tea break? I think it's well deserved. For a great Exadia. For our queen. It's a mango cake that's sold in the neighborhood, a local pastry bakery thingamajig. Yamoyashi says, finally, I get to tune in into a stream that isn't about holo graduating. Well, everybody, please stay quiet on what we have been discussing today. Yeah, totally. This is about the mango cake. Yep, it's about the mango cake. Can you feed the cake to us? Fine. Take it. Eat it. Go ahead. Eat it. Cool. Oh, are the bots gone? Oh, hell yeah. See, that's the so it has been bloated 10 times. Do you see that? Exactly. So cakes worked. This is actually good. I haven't really eaten anything, so If you eat all of the cake, well, the cake will be gone. Yeah, the bots don't like cake. The cake is a lie. Cake is a lie. GLaDOS, Portal. It all full circle. It comes full circle. Do you get that reference? If you get that reference, you're goated. It's a mango cake. Mango cream cake. Zen says, I think they left because of Chair's controversial statement. What did the Chair say? What did Miller-kun say? What was it? What is it? What statement? What statement? I'm scared now. Sure. It was pretty political. Philip says, want to feel old? Portal released 18 years ago. Children born when Portal released are now of legal age. Oh. Okay. That hit me. Cake for president. I support that. Oh no, I'm controversial now too. When are we getting Half-Life 3, damn it? When are we getting it? Aren't they making it? I thought it was real.
Are you going to get it before GTA 6? Maybe. God, if GTA 6 and Half-Life 3 drops on the same year, you might as well give up winning a Game Awards as other game titles. Are we getting it before the EN3 concert? Today they haven't mentioned anything about an upcoming EN concert today. He ate the last copy, but I'm really waiting for that day though. So right now, what's confirmed is the world tour, right? That's what's confirmed so far, and they are going to be at the Anime NYC, but they haven't really mentioned about a full-on concert, right? For the third. We're speaking 3 now. That was a good moment. Breaking dimensions. Focus says, I think a new gen of Holo EN will come out before GTA 6. Interesting. Interesting. If that does happen, it will be summer or late summer, perhaps. If Valve counts to 3, it'll be a new golden age. Everything will blow up. Oh yeah, the internet will break. Oh sure, for sure, for sure. Oh yeah, Justice is in JP right now, right? They are in Japan right now, right? I wonder what they what are they there for? That reminds me of a tweet that Bales set out. Oh, what was it? Getting sandwiched by Liz and Gigi. Not gonna say I'm jealous, but you know, flexing on us like that. I don't know, babe. I don't know. It's literally that. It should have been me, not her. It's not fair. Ah! That's how I feel. Yeah, she is the bae. Anime Boston? I've never been to Anime Boston. Never. Mm. Oh, that's so sweet. My god. Sorry, am I making you feel hungry? Oh, that reminds me. Something very interesting. Please tell me what you think about this. I need your input as a person making videos. So, when you... Let me just show you this. So there's something called YouTube Studio for YouTube creators to track their performances. Yeah. And what you can do is you can go to the analytics of each videos and see how it is doing, right? The revenue and the how many people are watching right now, how much you've earned so far. By the way, this $100 of this, or $100 of this is from the super thanks. So just by ad revenue, I have raked up about a little over $100. So it's a little bit. This is a little bit different from the usual. But so far I got 66,000 people that has watched. Blah blah blah. Let me direct your attention to engagement. Okay. I'm sorry about the light mode. Should I change it? Maybe I should put you out of your misery and just change it. Is that better? Is that saving your eyes better? How many burgers have been eaten when watching the video? Unfortunately not. YouTube is not that advanced. Oh, is this much better for everyone? Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I should have just done this from the beginning then. Okay, I'll try to make sure to just get into dark mode before starting the stream. I thought it was like, you know, maybe people really don't care that much, but okay. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Sorry about that. Yeah, see, these kind of things we have to interact with, only so I can know. Hey, thank you Zen for your membership joining into Based. Thank you so much. You're Based. I really appreciate the support. Even make your background dark mode. This is all I have. This is a cheap sheet that's hanging by little clamps and all that. One downside of having a dark mode is that the lighting, I do lose a lot of lighting. So that is one downside. So that I'll have to maybe figure out. The stand or something, I don't know. What would you say is the minimum wage that you need to do more vlogging? The minimum wage in Korea is about $2,000 a month, give or take. Right now, my average monthly earning is sitting at about 300. The max I've earned a month doing YouTube so far across several years was 1,000 a month. So even then, it's half of a minimum wage in this country that I've earned max. And as you know, YouTube, if you don't upload, you get less money. That's just the nature of it. So yeah. I didn't really consider this to be a full-time job when jumping into this, but it sort of became one just because of the sheer amount of work and like travel that goes into it. And of course I do little freelance stuff here and there, but it's minuscule. But the original question that I wanted to ask was, we're talking about food, right? We're talking about eating stuff on camera. One trend that I've noticed across all my videos is that whenever I start eating, the attention span dips heavily. So, and of course, all videos are bound to go down, right? Gradually. This is the attention graph, all right? This is the attention graph. This is the beginning of the video, and this is how many people are still watching type of deal. And the spikes you get is when people are kind of like, going back to watch that part again type of deal. And when you have a dip, that's when people are losing interest and start skipping. And I've seen a trend where whenever I start eating and doing a bit of a food review type of deal, people lose interest pretty quickly. So what I did for this video, which just happened to work out, not that I was planning, is that I minimized the eating portion to keep it as short as possible. That's why maybe it looks like I'm rushing through it. But what I did was, I was eating, and then I was met with fellow fans, right? That came to me and talked to me and gave me gifts and all that. That's when the spark, that's when the spike happens. You see this spike? I think that's super interesting. You know what I have to do?
settings. Where is it? Speed. Watch monitor speed. Action. Pointer. Shoot, where was it? Oh, here it is. Got it. Bam. Okay. My signature cursor is back. Oh, that email is already well known. It's fine. It's fine. Where's my analytics? Here we go. Here we go. See that spike there? That spike is when people start approaching me. So as soon as my food review portion is interrupted, suddenly people are interested. You see that? And you know, it's not just me chewing and eating either. I try to make it more, I don't know, interesting, but you know, I try to talk about it, right? I try to talk about it, but I guess the food topic in general is not that interesting. That's what I want to ask. I mean, since this is brought up, you know, the food topic is brought up. So what do you guys think? Or like, what do you guys think about this topic that I'm talking about? Like, are you one of those people who are just not interested in any type of food portion in a video? Because that's a pretty, I mean, the fact that basically this interaction saved the permanent dip, judging by where it was heading. It was dipping hard, but yeah, I'm just very, very curious on what you guys think as an audience. I'm okay though, since I watched the whole thing. I'm okay. Since if we're gonna watch the whole thing, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? Have you heard of sponsor block, where some sections are skipped using this extension? I haven't heard of it, but I don't think that applies to my case because I don't have a sponsor segment. So it's just food, unless it's false flagging the food portion as sponsor segment, which I doubt is happening. Yeah, I guess if we had to choose between a food interaction on a food moment and a human to human interact, like fan interaction. So if you had to choose between food moment and a fan interaction, I guess people would definitely choose the fan interaction of, you know, those conversations of like, hey, what's up, and those kind of things. Because again, that is a pretty big dip, and this is consistent across all of my videos that I've put out before. Whenever food starts, dip starts too. Yeah. As a bot, I have no problem with viewing humans interacting with food. Okay, yeah. Thank you, bot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I watched the whole thing, but in my opinion, just showing the food and cutting off to the review straight or midway would be more pleasing to other people, rather than showing me eating it. But that's like, in my mind, that's like, then why bother at all, right? Just showing it at least once, I guess, at least one time into my mouth. I think that's important in terms of like the progress of a storytelling, right? Rather than teleporting from food to review. But I get what you're saying though. You're coming from an idea where people might be bored of just watching me put stuff into my mouth. If we get rid of that portion, maybe it'll save it better. Loxley says food is boring. I see. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't really think that way, but it seems like especially according to the data, it seems like many people are thinking the same way. Maybe they skip because boss don't need food. Oh man. Maybe it's the fact that it's food plus fan interaction that's peaking. Yeah, that's exactly why, like I said, the fans coming in actually saved this moment in terms of the engagement graph. Oh, which is very, again, I wasn't planning on having it like this, but you know. But food is a big part of this expo, obviously, right? So I wanted to put it in no matter what. But yeah, but it's a big dip that's hard to ignore whenever food comes up. Hmm. Yeah, stickers on the cut. Yeah, removing the stickers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the way, if you haven't watched my video, please do. I put up a video recently, regarding the expo. So yeah, even if you don't really know about the expo, I think there's still some fun in it. So please do watch it. I wonder what kind of graph do people who do mukbangs have. Yeah, that's where I was coming from at first. I'm like, yeah, mukbang's popular, so I guess people are pretty okay with watching people eat online. But I guess it's just a completely different audience or different expectations walking into a video, clicking into a video. I guess mukbang videos, I guess they don't do as well as before when mukbang was like actually really popular. But still, I guess people clicking into a mukbang video expects the person to eat the hell out of that food. But yeah, and even me eating a piece of cake just now on stream, there was a time when as soon as I started eating, people clicked out of the stream. As soon as I started eating, and I'm like, oh, is that maybe it's not just about boringness? Maybe it's not about boredom. Is it even about, ew? Well, I'd have to watch a person like munch through food, like legitimately. Like that's what I'm thinking now. And I have heard a few opinions like that before, but yeah, it was the same last year for last year's expo. And just the I also made a full food video separately too, and that video didn't do that well compared to the main video. And of course, that's a bit natural. It's a bit more focused, but still, data has been proving over and over again for some reason. Yeah, I guess if I were to keep it, I should just keep it as short and concise as how I did for this video. As you saw, if you have seen it, I'm like bam, 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 done, right? And I'm like, is this still long? Exercise says about 1.8k left after you ate the cake. Yes. All right, that's I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. 1,000. Yes, Wiki. 1,800 people left as soon as you started eating that cake. The data shows. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, I guess all the people that are one of. I guess this is a very biased pool of opinions because I'm really grateful, by the way. Everyone that's in chat right now, who's willing to sit through me yapping on a random time, random day, are maybe more likely to be forgiving on what I show on videos. So perhaps, perhaps it's not really reflective of the graph that we're seeing. But yeah, it's interesting. Again, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being very forgiving. What about the video on your journey to find the Miko Takoyaki? Yeah, that video wasn't best performing either. All the food stuff weren't best performing ever. One exception was, I guess one exception, if I had to pick an exception, was Gura Aquarium. That video did well as a whole. And there was a food segment, but that didn't. Oh, let's find out. Let's find out, shall we? How that video did. Where is it? Here it is. Wow, Wiki fell off, losing 1.8k. Stop it! It was not the plan all along to have my stream botted, so I feel helpless and hopeless. Damn, bro. Let's see. Yeah, so I think even the food section here, see this graph? So this is where I start the food. I was already kind of going down, which is natural, but see the sharp dip that's like really heading down? That only starts when I start eating. See, so this is a bit of a gradual decrease, but then it kind of, the line kind of snapped downwards, like this, as soon as I start eating. But do you see that spike there? So it was really going down, 19% now, but then bam, where's that? That's when I say, excuse me, to the person next to me. Isn't that insane? See, that as soon as I start talking to a person next to me, before that, it was just me eating. Just me eating. Okay? And that's where I am, all the way down the dip. But as soon as the spike starts, it's like, excuse me. Talking to the next person. Yeah, so this just goes to show how strong an interaction is. What if the food reviews are their own video? Which is a good thing that you pointed out, which I'm going to look into. This is my food only video, okay? Food only video. Eating all the food. But see the viewership? As a whole already, it's at the bottom of the average. At the bottom of my the range of viewership. See that gray blob that you see there, the gray area? This is the most successful that I did. This is the least successful that I did. So this video as a whole is at the bottom. So already, it's not doing so well. Engagement-wise, maybe this one, the people that decided to watch knew what they're coming into. So we don't like see like, whoo, sharp dip. So it's not too dramatic here. So I think that's the difference. If you're expecting to see food that you already know you're staying, likely, but as a whole, the video just doesn't do well because people just doesn't click, or less likely to click. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very common. Another prime example, the Dodgers video. Dodgers video, 457,000 people. 457,000 views so far on Dodgers video. Not too bad, right? And that's the estimated revenue so far out of the Dodgers video, which is not much. So you see why the videos don't really make money. It cost me $1,000 just for the plane ticket, round trip. So yeah. Anyway, the So even in Dodgers video, same thing happens. Oh, now this is a little bit different because there's so many people who watched it. So maybe this is maybe not so accurate. But I've seen it before. So there was a bit of a spike when I was sitting down talking to a person. And then, where's the food? It's a bit lagging. Yeah, I did eat hot dogs and takoyaki. But it's not, what's happening with this? Come on, wake up, refresh. Oh, too far. I'm having trouble finding the exact moment. Oh, here we go. So that there was a bit of a spike here of me showing the base run, right? And then there's a huge dip crevice right here. I think that's when the food starts. There we go. Yeah. So this is when the food starts. And do you see that huge crevice there of a dip? That's only recovered when I start interacting with others again with a spike. So it just couldn't recover. It just stays dipped down like that once the food starts. So I mean, yeah, that's pretty common. So that's why I'm like, I just wanted to ask you guys, like, do you think that way too? You know, that kind of a deal. Yeah. Why would you leave the video at food part if there is still content after? I mean, people are impatient more than you think. Most people are. It's pretty common. It's actually very common to people for people to just skip around until the part that they seem to like comes up, and that's very apparent by a graph like this. Yeah. So thankfully, YouTube recognizes spikes and dips. Thankfully, most of my videos are just spikes, like noticeable spikes, rather than YouTube thinking dips, which is good. So I've been able to save myself enough to not have these register as actual dips, but still, judging by the graph, it is pretty clear. Yep. They're all allergic to food. And like someone mentioned in chat just now, maybe, like I said, it could be that people just don't enjoy munching on stuff or watching munching on stuff. I don't know. That's the only explanation, really. I mean, or maybe the food topic is just boring, or maybe sick. Maybe they're sick of it. Everyone, all vloggers are eating something, and Wiki is eating something now here too. You never know, right? You never know. So that's why, compared to my Fifth Fest video, I shortened the food segment drastically, which actually helped a lot. That the new video has been watched. You know, it has a strong start, I have to say. Maybe you're more known for experiences rather than food review. Yeah, that's the thing though. I thought eating food was part of the experience, which it is, right? You go to a collab. I mean, let's say you go to the Dodgers game, and the takoyaki and hot dog that's only available at Dodgers. That's an experience. So that was my simple mind, but I guess not. Asai says, never thought I'd search up something like how to make eating interesting for people to watch. Adding ASMR stuff, I think that's probably for mukbang specific people. Like if I were to add ASMR, that would probably this is just a guess, obviously, right? We never know. But if people are already not pleased with the act of me eating, adding sound to that, I don't know if that would help. It could actually worsen it. Vader says people aren't that interested in food in the IRL and anime niche since they want to focus on watching interactions from my experience with helping edit offline TV and Cyberman bots. Interesting. So you're saying it's more because of the topic that I'm covering rather than just YouTube audience in general? Because for me, it's majorly, I mean, we could call it otaku stuff, right? Event going otakus, basically. So maybe it's more about the topic that I'm covering and the specific audience that the said topic brings in. So you're saying if I what other topics would have audience members that are more forgiving towards a food moment per se? Because IRL is also a huge genre, right? Anything can be an IRL. I mean, I can see what you mean by just like anime niche, but if we just say IRL, like, do you think it becomes a bit better? People are a bit more forgiving? Well, that's another thing to ask. Maybe do a short video about food only, which I did. That was a pretty short video, right? The other video. Did you have a dip when you had pizza in New York? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good point. I did not check out that part. That's a good one. Although that one I was having conversations with other people. It wasn't really focused on the pizza, right? I am very curious though. I eat a lot in my videos. So I have many good examples, it seems. Vader says, I feel like one of the most forgiving audience in terms of food are the day in the life viewers. Just a chill stroll through the town or this place that I'm visiting. Just slice, like, what is it? Slice of day? You know, that's kind of genre. Chill, pretty relaxed, just showing around your experience of the day. Oh, okay. Will you be a food YouTuber? I don't think so. Mainly because my stomach isn't that strong. I don't eat like a lot. So, yeah. And as a person who is traveling around in a foreign country, having to run around, like rush through events, having a full stomach is a no-no. Because you can't go to a bathroom on moment's notice if you have to. So I try to be very light on my stomach. Yeah, but Vader, thank you so much for the insight. I didn't really think about this as a topic that I'm covering. But if I were to be just IRL, just an IRL streamer that just shows around what I'm doing, walking through, perhaps people are more interested, or at least more forgiving. Well, it's just that my niche in this segment is pretty specific, that people just can't be bothered. Perhaps. The attention span of this video is relatively good compared to my other videos. I don't know what the industry standard is. Please give me a feedback on that too. But yeah. Oh, here's the food part. In this sense, it actually kind of spikes up. And you know what? I think it's because I'm talking to people rather than having the food to be the focus. Right? The pizza is only a tool for interaction rather than being the focus in this case. So I'm not really reviewing a pizza. I'm like, wow, look at the pizza, cool, and I start eating it. and while talking to people. So I think this is different. So yeah, it doesn't dip as severely as other videos. But I'm eating though, right? I am eating, and that must be gross. That must be gross. I'm eating this pizza like no other. Oh, keep interacting. Interesting. But a lot of times I'm kind of alone, and I don't really like force interactions. I just let everything unfold as they are. But it is something to keep in mind, though. From a content creator's perspective, interactions people are most interested in. So interested that you can even save a food portion, maybe. But I guess that's the fun of it, huh? It's just that's what you do in real life too. What I try to do a lot of times is, how do I have fun? Like, what do I have fun in a day-to-day living basis? And I guess rather than just eating alone, I'm not really a food connoisseur. I don't like savor every like food particles onto my taste buds, but I do have a better time when I'm kind of talking to my friends or just kind of casually talking to my family as I eat. So maybe that's something to learn from. For 20 plus minute VODs of big channels, I usually aim for 40%, and I aim for a 60 to 65% average, AVD, viewer, the duration, average viewer duration for a 10-minute video. I am lacking. 40. Aim for 40. Okay. So you're aiming for 40, but you personally are aiming for 60 to 65 for a 10-minute video. But I start out at 40 and then kind of fall into the 20s. Hui says, yo, hi, I like your video. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You need to remarry. Let's see how I became someone's wife to see my favorite VTuber perform at her dream venue performed. I mean, that's a killer title. That's a killer title. Gosh, I'm learning a lot though, especially from the experts in chat. Like I have so many questions in terms of the performances, especially the revenue. My CPM is always like 4%. So, and I heard that that's like super low. So I wonder if that's the norm for my topic. Yeah. Let me review this. This one was CPM $4.05 for this video. And I heard that that's really low. See, look at this. Even this video, it's in the 20s across the board. I've still yet to watch the Budokan video, by the way. I'm so salty. Just accept the salt. Just take it in. It's healthy for you. It's good for you. Have you heard of the term shoku from Japanese content creator and media? It's about how well you can describe or express when eating. It's a thing. I mean, that's a talent in itself, isn't it? すげえ! Oh, すごい! Oh. Like, ほんま、すげえ! おいしい! うめえ! Am I doing pretty well? I'm like, うまっ! お、すご Nani kore? You have to do that all the time, though, for every food, even if it's the most horrific food you had in your mouth ever. Do it in Korean now. Wash. What was it? Wash. 야, 진짜 맛있다. 와. 오, 정말. 와. Like that. No, you're gonna lose live viewers again. No! Please, people, don't leave me. I can't afford more losses. Oh, man. That is funny as hell. Yeah, you really have to put your heart into it. And that's what the producers want you to do. That's how you survive in that space, apparently. Yeah, it was the view botting. That was in my stream for some reason. But bye bots. I started eating cake and they all left. So cake is a good deterrent. Keep that in mind. Professional advice: eat cake to deter bots. Edit the food part like they edit stuff in Korean TV shows. But the trouble is, my audience is mainly US or Japanese and Indonesia in that respective order. Sometimes one and two changes, but yeah. So I think it's a different audience. True that Japanese food reviews are exaggerated. Yeah, they can never say a bad thing. Never. Unlike the animes, so good. Your shirt starts ripping away from your body. You become naked. Filming food is really finicky. You gotta have to color grade them. I do very simple color grading. Just boost up the saturation pretty much if it looks a bit dead. But I don't try to make it extra tastier. I just try to make it closer to what I have seen, basically. Yeah. So I don't do any intense color grading. I mean, after all, the cameras that I'm using is just an action camera and a freaking iPhone SE. So, yeah. The Subway Surfers in the corner for the attention span. Oh man, the things that I have to do. Wait, didn't Doobie do that recently? Didn't she have a Subway Surfer type of deal on screen as she was? What was she doing? I forgot what she was doing. Yeah, but it's a legit strat apparently. Oh, for karaoke. Yeah. Do you think that helped? It would be hilarious if it actually helped. By the way, apparently you can live stream with your action camera hotspotted to your phone. Yeah, I know. And it'll not work when there's a lot of people around you. I tried. It'll lag like hell. Because it has to go through... The action cam has to communicate with the phone wirelessly, which will try to put out the stream as the phone tries to, push through data and through itself and processing the action camera. So it's basically it's not the most ideal way. It is possible, but not reliable. It did work. That's funny. Well, okay, that was I learned a thing or two. Topics matter. I think yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, Baha says, "Hi Wiki, really enjoy the vids and how well made they are. You were the first or so holo vlogger I watched." Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I am glad that you enjoyed them, and I hope you continue enjoying them. Thank you. Yeah, but I think conclusion for today, before signing off, is that things are changing. and I am going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to adapt to the changes and continue supporting the things that I like, people I love. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And I also hope for you to take some time to think about like where you are standing and what you're comfortable with, and come up with your own conclusion, or at least answer for now, to go forward in supporting the VTubers that you like and your direction in the entertainment industry as a whole. And the answer is never black and white. It's very complicated, as we discussed for the past 7 hours. So yeah. Well, it was good. I learned a lot, guys. Thank you so much for joining today, and thank you for all the super chats and memberships that you have given me today. The funds. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate them. And if you haven't, please go watch my new video in the video tab. If you haven't, please subscribe to my channel. Even if you have been watching me for quite a while, it is very easy to forget not to subscribe. It is very easy to forget to subscribe. So please see if you have or haven't and subscribe, please. Vader, thank you so much for your insight. These things are very precious. So, because as a one-man show, I try to do my research as much as I can, but at the end of the day, I just have to dive in head first and learn it myself, huh? So yeah, thank you so much. I guess another thing that I have to learn and be better in content creating, consistency. It's hard. I'll do my best. Yeah, I gotta learn. Thank you so much, everybody. And if you also haven't, please follow me at Wiki Official. That's where I post most of my updates and live streams and my videos. And yeah, I guess since the view bots are away now, I feel a little bit safer to share the link, the invite link. Again, this just it's a casual server, nothing too crazy. Just make sure to read the rules, post some proper channels, please. I know you can do it, right? So yeah, that's my Discord. So yeah, just casual conversations. Everyone's friendly. So yeah, please follow my Twitter, Discord, and watch my stuff. And please subscribe. Oh, Nimi, thank you so much for yet another super chat. Thank you, Wiki. Haven't been able to catch a live in a while, but it's always enjoyable. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in today. Thank you for all the support that you've given me and the people. Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right. You fool, we're bots too. No, I've been debated. My Discord is compromised. Thank you so much. All right, time to say bye. I hope you all have a good day, and until next time, I will sign off. Yeah, I'll keep on making the backlogs of my video. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Aiden. Let's see. Thank you, Riza. Thank you. Thank you, Stellan. Thank you, Asahi. Bebop. Thank you, Tank. Thank you, E3O. Thank you so much. Thank you, Glass Popcorn. Nice. Thank you. Cozy here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Aman. Thank you, Mystic. Thank you, Cherry Pie. Thank you, Peanut Small. Thank you, Yuka. Thank you, Tam Jackie. Thank you, Vader. Thank you, Ame2. Where's Ame1? Thank you, Hikari. Thank you, Benjin. Thank you so much. Noxcat, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. All right, well, take care, everybody. Bye.